responsibility, and I think I'm holding it pretty well till now. Thank you, Deepak. Can I request Ms. Poonam Kaura, who's the partner for government and public sector advisor from Nangia Anderson, to be on the stage, please. Thank you, Poonam. Also, Her Excellency, Ms. Krishnamurthy. She's not here yet. Okay, cool. And also the Deputy Secretary General, Mr. Majumdar. Please, if you can come on the stage, sir. So to begin the proceeding for today, when I stand here, literally being in the business for about 23 years, I think I'm very proud, first of all, as an Indian representing India in the outbound tourism space. And I remember in 2005, when I went to WTM for the first time, nobody looked at India. It was kind of disappointing. I was dressed up in a nice jacket, but nobody took us seriously because I think India was just kind of getting there in the world stage, when it comes to economy growth as well as the tourism growth. When I went in 2012 in Berlin, I was still looked at ki chalo yaar, ye third world country se aaye, God knows how much money they have to spend with us, so they did not perceive us from the typical destinations. I mean, keeping in mind Dubai, Singapore, Thailand, etc. The rest of the world never looked at us. 2019, I go to ITB. So the guy sitting next to me in the bus, because I didn't understand the German signs, and he looked at me, he says, so where are you from? So I said, from India. He said, from the land of Modi. And I said, I'm very surprised to hear this. He says, you know what? We are looking at your market very seriously. Now, this is Eastern Europe, not even Western Europe, who actually wanted to have a conversation with me on exploring what they can get a piece of India. And now come 2023, in February this year, a gentleman from Louisiana Tourism in the US calls me. He says, can we do something together? And first of all, it took me a second to actually see where Louisiana is in the US map, because it's not a typical US destination. They wanted to talk to us. Today, everywhere I travel, and I'm sure many of you, attend these shows abroad, India is the first. So I remember when we go, they take us seriously now, and they'll put the other colleagues from the other part of the world on the backstage because they want India. So I'm very lucky at my age. Plus, I think the next 15, 20 years is ours in terms of the global stage, in terms of outbound. Life is very easy now to get our part of share. When you talk to them, they take us seriously. I don't want to bore you guys with all this, but I actually just did some fact finding before I came today, just to give you these numbers, which I feel are absolutely crazy in terms of what we are growing at and where we would be probably 20 years from today. So just give you a ballpark figure. I think we are obviously the most populous country. Good and bad news, I don't know, but I think it's good for us as our demand increases. We would be the highest mice sellers in the world. Keeping in mind, $9 billion spent is what is being looked at mice in 2026. Obvious reasons. I think corporate India is doing well, as they do well. You saw the results of quarter. The Nifty is probably at the highest yesterday. That itself shows how the corporate industry is doing. If that is doing well, obviously mice will happen. 1.1 crore passports, and I repeat, 1.1 crores passports are issued in 2022. So you can imagine it grew at 36% more than 2021. Obviously, these are first-time travelers. They will travel eventually. Where will they travel? Obviously, they'll start from Asia Pacific, Middle East, and then obviously grow into other destinations. 7.2% Indians today own passports, and the number is supposed to be 10 crores by 2026. So these are people who have never traveled abroad. In terms of airports, all of us keep reading. We will have 240 airports ready by the next 5 years. The government is putting 98,000 crores, which is approximately $14 billion in building the infrastructure. Will obviously help the outbound in a way. We're the highest book order with Airbus. We all see news of 1,000 aircrafts coming in. 5 years back, there was hardly any article on tourism, be it hotels, be it airlines, be it travel. Today, in Economic Times, which is what I read, 3 articles are there every day talking about our industry. It shows how relevant we are becoming to the government, how relevant we are becoming as an employer, etc., etc. The amount of destinations. So I remember when I met somebody from the airline, and I won't name him, he says, our plan is, kahin bhi ungli rakh lo, wahan pe hum jahaz bhejenge. And if you see, I never thought Georgia will ever have a flight 5 years back. Today we have direct flights starting to Tbilisi, Baku, Jakarta, etc., etc. Look at the opportunity where this is going to go. Obviously, the airlines have done some calculations, some estimates on the load factors. on what they perceive will happen over the next few years, that itself shows it's just not the typical 10 destinations which are going to be sold and will sell. Cordelia started, and I always say this is what Deccan did to the airline industry in India, is what Cordelia will do, in my opinion, when it comes to the cruise lines. India will become a hub, and I'm very, very confident with NCL, Royal Caribbean, and the large international cruise liners will eventually emerge as India as one of the points where they will sail and park and dock, whether it's Visakhapatnam, whether it's Cochin or Bombay, that I don't know. But I'm sure the way India is spending money on the cruise infrastructure, it is a matter of time when the cruises will come as well. 42 billion, this news was there 6 months back, is what is going to be the India outbound travel tourism spend. India registered, now this is very exciting, 119% growth year to year in outbound travel. Now this is an abnormal figure, right? And I don't think it's going to stop. And reasons why I say this to you, 40% is the passenger growth in terms of air tickets, and we saw the highest fares ever. Are these fares going to come down? I have my doubts. Probably 20%, 30% correction, yes, but not to the levels of 2019 for sure. India's departures to US recovered by 96%, faster than any country. On the other side, we see visas are not coming on time. You get either 1 year waiting for a first-time applicant to the US. Then who's traveling, right? These are numbers which are in public domain, so it's not something that I've done these numbers myself, but 96% of US recovery, I mean, that's something which I believe is unbelievable. Traditional offline travel agents still grow faster, not that the OTAs will not catch up. OTAs are getting stronger, they will get stronger, it's part of life. I think the amount of internet users today we have in the world, I mean, in India, it's about 900 million people to be expected on the phone and the internet by 2026. It's a matter of time they will also transact. So I'm sure this shift will happen online and offline, but I think both will coexist. $11.4 trillion is the spend of travel, including hotels and aviation, which happens in the world. India is not even there right now. We're not even a 100 billion market. Forget the 11.4 trillion. Even if it becomes offline, online, there is so much for everybody to have. I think this piece is just going to grow. And there's so many takers of us in this room. So I'm not worried on this shift at all. Even a evolved market like the US still has 50% which goes offline and online. I think India is still way behind that. However, I wish all my OTS friends a great, great growth. I mean, end of the day, they are part of our committee as well. But this coexistence will always stay, as I always say. The other figure which I was doing today, the India outbound hotel market, now this is standalone hotels, is approximately $2.5 billion to be growing at 20% CAGR till about 2026. So that shows, my numbers reflect that. And I'm sure even your business and whoever I've met in the last 1 year across India, small or large, has told me I had the best year. Not even one guy said to me, nahi yaar, struggle ho raha hai. Okay, pricing is, competitiveness is there, that's something different. But the reality is when it came to demand, everybody has seen the best demand they saw it in for the last 15, 20 years since I knew these guys when they're doing business with me. New type of travelers, you know how many people were there at the Wimbledon this year? And I did this analysis because we did see Indians on the TV when our friend Djokovic was playing. We were the third largest buyers for Wimbledon this year. And I don't know who traveled because I don't know one of my friends, but I did not hear this from the market that my clients want to go for Wimbledon. But where were they? India was the second largest buyer for FIFA. We don't play football as a nation, right? We are a cricketing nation, I would say. But in football, 1.5 million people traveled to Qatar for the World Cup. And we were the second largest travelers from India. And these are Indians living in India, not the Indians living in the GCC. And we don't play football, right? I mean, amazing. And there were 9,000 people on the final day on a stadium which was 90,000. So 10% was India watching the final played at Doha. So I'm very, very happy to see this niche being built. The MICE destination, the weddings, the amount of money we spend, one fifth of our income, and this is a status that came from KPMG, we spend on a wedding of our children. वो बात अलग है, दो शादियाँ भी होती हैं, but still 1/5 weddings saving of somebody's life actually goes into their children's marriages, which is amazing. I represent many hotels in India. The only thing they put a gun to me, we need a wedding from you. We need one wedding from you. They're not discussing the FIT. I think that's something which is taken. I mean, FIT to hoga hi hoga. But what they're looking today is the MICE and the destination wedding. Any hotel, be it 4-star, 5-star, And so much pressure we have as well, but that's an opportunity which I feel is there, and that's why they take us seriously today as an outbound market. Sri Lanka, we are the number one. Dubai, India is the number one. We grew at 23% this year in Dubai. Keeping in mind the other destinations open, Vietnam is the biggest taker, and I'm sure as the other airlines start their flights, obviously the shift of business will happen. In spite of that, Dubai has grown 23% versus 2019 before COVID. So that's the growth which is happening. And plus, there are no seats being added to the UAE market except Abu Dhabi and Ras Al Khaimah. Golf, amount of people going for golf. Tomorrowland starts Monday. There is no seat available or even a table which you can buy at Brussels from India right now. Try getting me a table at Tomorrowland, please. Because there are people who are my friends who are there already there are not getting a table right now. And this is July, right? This is not summer when we are off. So when I hear all this, and I can go on and on, I don't want to take Deepak's time now. I think extremely poised. I'm very happy that the next 10 years is ours at least, and ours when I say all of us. If we don't make the best out of it, I think I won't be happy standing here after 10 years. So let's make that opportunity. Offline, online will coexist. The size of the market at 20%, which market grows? One of the biggest employers today, 10% of the world GDP, I mean India GDP comes from tourism. Unfortunately, we aren't seen seriously there. And one last subject before I step out was TCS. I think everybody thought that Ankush has a magic wand and I will put the TCS away. I can tell you that yes, we tried our best. Manish and the team at FICCI, we sat down together. I spent time writing that paper. The paper went to the right sources in the government, and they heard us. Will this get deferred? Will this change? I don't know, but I'm sure starting 1st September, this will start again. We will push our best to see what we can do. TCS is not going away, that's for sure. But can it be at 5%? Can it have some kind of policies which is easier for us, plus the consumer, plus the banks, etc.? I think that's something obviously we will work around. But thank you, FICCI, for standing with us as an industry, and me being the chair for Outbound. I think the responsibility came on us and was supported by Deepak and the whole team here as well. So we'll keep you posted on what's happening at TCS. And I'm sure we will come some way which is logical and sensible and makes the government also happy as well as our industry. But before I step down and call Deepak, I would like to thank everyone to be here this morning. I know there's some traffic on the road, but I really like to thank FICCI and my colleagues here, Mr. Majumdar, Manish, Anirban, Dolly, and all my team who stood by me for the last 1 month. And please on your calendars, the 3rd or the 4th Friday of July, which is the 19th and the 26th July 2024. One of these 2 days will be our summit. So it's always good. Please mark it in your calendar. I will finalize the day for next year. But this is something which is becoming a FICCI calendar. The 3rd or the 4th of the last Friday, 3rd or 4th Friday of July will be the Outbound FICCI. It will only get bigger. We shut the show at 4. I was telling Manish we should pull this till 7 o'clock next year. Obviously, we will think about it. Happy to take your suggestions, what we think we should do differently. And I'm sure, we look into this to incorporate in our session in 2024. So without any further ado, I will request Mr. Deepak Deva, our chairman for FICCI Tourism and Culture Committee, to please address the audience.
Stand on it. No? I think that.
I took that off actually.
Yeah. 6 feet, we don't need all this. They're used to shorter people. Thank you very much, Ankush, the ever energetic, super optimistic, great representative of the Indian travel industry. That's my friend Ankush Mahajan. Thank you. I love your optimism and I share it with you. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to be here with you today at the FICCI Outbound Tourism Summit, an event that celebrates the fast-growing world of outbound tourism. I want to extend my heartfelt gratitude to FICCI and Ankush, as well as our colleagues who have put this together, and to discuss various opportunities and challenges that the Indian outbound tourism sector has. Tourism has always been a powerful catalyst for cultural exchange, economic growth, and people-to-people understanding. As the world becomes more interconnected, the importance of outbound tourism cannot be overstated. It not only allows individuals to explore new destinations, experience diverse cultures, and create cherished memories, but also plays a pivotal role in fostering international relationships and economic development. Our economy recovered from the pandemic. The outbound industry has been one of the first to see a huge upside. Ankush spoke about the numbers, and that's just a reflection of really what happened from 2022. Indians took, if I'm not wrong, over 10 million trips. Uh, the fast 51% of this is as per WTTC, 51% of them went to 5 destinations: the UAE, United States, Saudi Arabia, Thailand, and Bahrain. The experts in the outbound would know why, but they say that our CAGR growth is in double digits till 2032, and this is amazing. This is not seen anywhere else, and you're right. It's directly a reflection of the economy growing, disposable income, growing middle class, and the various factors that we saw in other economies in the 80s and the 90s. It's all happening here. While the industry is expected to remain on this growth path, it is also witnessing significant transformations driven by technology advancements in the recent years. The industry has embraced digitalization, artificial intelligence, and big data analytics to enhance customer experience, streamline operations, and improve safety and security measures. We have also seen a growing awareness of sustainable practices. Today, as we gather, we must explore how we can further leverage, innovate, and sustainable practices to enhance the outbound travel experience. I'm totally with you on the growth, and it's all very exciting, but we cannot take our eye off the ball when it comes to sustainability. And I think this is something that you all would definitely, I would encourage everybody to discuss it during the day and have a focus on it. On the flip side, in the inbound side, this has become, sustainability has almost become equal to profit. Customers are only coming to you if you truly have sustainable products that you can deliver. Think of this for the outbound side too. It would definitely, if not now, it is coming up very, very. It's rapidly going to come to you, and you'll have customers, especially the younger generation, who's going to be your customer only if you are able to show them tangible, reliable, sustainable, measurable practices. Otherwise, they're just going to consider it lip service. Looking ahead, we must also focus on inclusivity and accessibility. Travel should be accessible to all individuals, regardless of their physical abilities, gender, or age. In fact, as India's population ages and a large chunk of the middle class retire with sufficient disposable incomes, anecdotal evidence suggests that we could see the graying traveler growing as a huge market segment. We all focus on the younger ones, but just think of this: as the population grows older, stays healthier, and has more income, that could be a huge segment. And we need to work on the accessibility part. By promoting universal accessibility and providing tailored services for diverse sections of population, we could ensure that everyone can experience the wonders of outbound travel, and that the industry grows by widening and deepening this addressable market. The Indian consumer is also becoming more aware of the possible harm caused by the issues of over-tourism and carbon footprints. Therefore, we also need to work with our overseas partners and countries to promote responsible and community-based initiatives that can empower local populations and contribute to the overall well-being of the destination we visit. We definitely need to ensure that Indians traveling to places also contribute. Collaboration between governments, you spoke about that, private sector and various stakeholders is vital to achieving our collective goals. Governments can play a crucial role in creating an enabling environment for tourism to flourish by implementing supportive policies, investing in infrastructure, and easing visa processes. At the same time, the private sector must continue to innovate and provide exceptional experiences that cater to the changing needs and desires of the modern traveler. In conclusion, FICCI Outbound Tourism Committee offers a timely opportunity for us to chart the course of the outbound travel sector and collectively shape the future of travel. Let us use this platform to engage in meaningful discussions, share ideas, and forge partnerships to unlock outbound tourism's potential and drive sustainable growth. Thank you again for inviting me, Ankush, and I wish you a successful and insightful summit ahead. Together, let us embark on a journey that enriches our lives and contributes to building a better world through travel and tourism. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank you, Deepak. And just to add what you said on sustainability, I was in Munich last month for a conference, and the large corporates today for their hotel RFP, ESG is a must. So the significant of I think of the sustainability is only going to increase in India, and the carbon footprint. I think a lot of us needs to be educated on how we can kind of control that and reduce that, especially in our industry, in the aviation industry in specific. Now I would like to invite Ms. Poonam Kaura, the Partner for Government and Public Sector Advisory at Nange Anderson. But before that, we would like to do the release of this lovely knowledge paper and presentation which we have created, for the members and people who are here. Happy to share this with you as well. But before that, if we can just do some release. So Punar, if you can come and just talk about the knowledge paper, please. Thank you.
I take this opportunity to thank all of you to join us for this event and this session. I thank the esteemed guests who have been contributing quite a lot to the outbound tourism and what exactly it is. Mind-boggling numbers. I mean, if you really look at it, when I was a kid, for us, the holidays was going to Delhi, going to Bombay, Shimla, Manali, Nainital, and we were very, very happy. Today, when you ask the kids, where do you want to go? The first thing that comes to them is, let's go to Europe, let's go to Singapore, let's go to Australia. I mean, today we've come to that age when we have the capacity to burn or to spend money on travel and tourism, rather than making a house or furnishing a house or going to, smaller events. So this is something which is really, really picking up in a big way. The numbers, I don't think I need to do anything more on that. YOLO, that's the major thing which has come up. Let it be the youth or the older generation. All of them, they believe that it's living once. So let's enjoy ourselves. So that's the kind of perception which has been there. I would also like to highlight here, which we've captured it in the knowledge paper, is that it's not only outbound tourism which is impacting the economy of the places we are traveling. To a great extent, it is actually putting a lot of revenue models for the stakeholders who are there in India. I'm talking about tourist agencies, I'm talking about aviation industry, I'm talking about the hotel industry, I'm talking about agencies which are now involved in visa, and then digital. I mean, technology is one thing which has really picked up in a very, very big way, because technology is the major platform through which most of us, we identify which are the places we would like to visit, which are the places which are being traveled at most, and places like Vietnam or places like, as Ankush said, Georgia, we were never even aware of it. Czech Republic, Prague, we never knew about these places. I think we have to say thanks to the film industry for taking us to these off-line places where even a middle-class person can afford to go there. The other thing which is impacting the economy of India through these is livelihood opportunities in these foreign countries. If you look at it, a lot of people who are going abroad, they still prefer to have Indian food. And how do we get that Indian food, or how do we get that Indian, mehman nawazi, which is being given by our own people there? So we are creating a lot of opportunity in these foreign countries for Indian people. So that's another thing which is adding value to us. So we've tried to capture most of it. I've been told that I should not be spending too much time on the presentation. So I'll just go fast on it because I understand that you've seen all the numbers and they're big. They're really big. And everybody's actually earning out of it. All these stakeholders I just mentioned are actually minting money out of it, and it's becoming a profitable business. As Ankush rightly said, that it is actually impacting the travel industry in a very, very big way. It also helps in that cultural interactions, cultural growth, which is something where we invite more and more people to come and visit India on that. These are the numbers which I'm sure you've got it from both Deepak sir and Ankush. So I really don't need to work on it. But yes, there has been a growth of nearly 190% since 2019, which is huge. And the population includes both the youth as well as the people who are retiring. They've got some kind of an income which is there. Instead of spending it on, renovating their houses, they're preferring to travel abroad and enjoy the global atmosphere. International tourism, majorly our, outbound tourism has been in Europe. Asia Pacific is the most preferred one, closer, cost effective, and gives you a beautiful experience. I'm talking about Singapore, I'm talking about Bangkok, Hong Kong. The new one, of course, is the Vietnam. So there are a lot of countries which are now getting a part of it. US, Africa, Middle East, these are the countries where we prefer moving and where most of the travelers and tourists are moving around. Indian youth and middle class contribution, that's the major contributor, as I said earlier. So the middle class, which used to be the one which used to buy going to places like Delhi, Mumbai, Nainital, Kashmir, today they are all looking at nearby places. Majorly, if you look at them, they are moving around to Asia Pacific, or if they have little more income, they're looking at Europe and US. Indian national departures, which we have been able to get some figures on from the aviation industry, from the travel agencies, are captured here. So gender, age, and of course the ability, that's something which we have been able to capture on the numbers, which is month on month increasing. There has been a major increase, and what we have seen is that on an average, a spend of an Indian in a foreign country is anything between 75 USD to 200 USD, or approximately 245 euros per day per person. So that's a big amount. That's actually a big amount. Preferred mode of travel, of course. So it's known that aviation industry is picking up in a very, very big way. And destinations are UAE, Saudi Arabia, US, Singapore, Thailand, you name it, and we're there. We have the numbers. As Ankush rightly said, we are the most populous countries. Even if 10% decide to move abroad, we are there everywhere. You can find, I still remember, like, I went to US and I told my cousin, please don't take my picture when the Indians are at the back. So we have so many of us spread across the world that shows that now we become global traveler rather than just moving around in India. The growth in the Indian travel and tourism industry is majorly driven by the combination of rising incomes. Now, as I said, that we've got into that living once in a while, once in lifetime. So that's got into our head, looking at the pandemic, looking at the tragedies which have been happening around. So now people want to spend whatever money they have, and they're looking at moving around. Aviation industry has majorly helped in this growth because we have direct flights to a lot of places. Like last time we were here, we had ambassador from Vietnam, and he said now we've got, I think, 5 flights in a week going to Vietnam. So that is the kind of movement we have, and aviation industry knows the pulse of the movement which is happening, and they are capturing that. Uh, Globalization is something, I think, with the multinational companies coming to India, we all have been traveling initially, maybe officially, then we got hooked onto it, and then we started moving around with our families. So that's another thing which we have seen. Shifting lifestyle, social media, which has been a major impact on outbound travel. So that's something which we've been able to see, that the way they promote and the way they advertise and the way they give you those lucrative offers, the packages, it really entices people to move abroad and enjoy their global holidays. Last but not the least is the government initiatives. We've seen that the government has been looking at this moment, and they're trying to get into more and more policies which are more lucrative to not only inbound but also outbound tourism. So that's something which I'll just take you more details. We've got participation in travel fairs. We have a lot of road shows which are happening. So it actually happens in two ways. The tourism and the travel agencies which are there in India, they also try to take outbound tourism to these places. Plus, it also invites all these people from the foreign countries to come to India. We have e-visa facility which has been promoted in a big way. I mean, people who already have visas or who have been having visa at one time or the other, it's a very easy thing for them to just go online and apply for a visa. The new people who are looking at getting their visa, it's simpler for them. Passports are very easily available. I still remember at my time it used to take us one month to just apply, and then 6 months to actually get the passport. Today, within 15 days, you can get a confirmation, and within 1 month, you have your passport with you. We have international tourist bureaus which have been formulated in various foreign countries. Collaboration with travel and tourism boards across the globe. National civil aviation policy, that's something which I'm sure all of you have been seeing, and I, to an extent, disagree with Ankush that the flight or the tickets of aviation are going higher. If you really sit down and book maybe 6 months before traveling, you get beautiful deals and you can actually utilize those deals. Aviation industry is also hungry for more and more passengers, and they want every route to be profitable. So they also try to come out with various packages for that. International cooperation and agreements are happening with various countries. We've already done something like 48 bilateral agreements, MUs with various countries, and we're going ahead, and every day it's increasing. So that's another thing which is happening. Travel agencies, higher revenues for airlines, all these are few of the facts which are taking the outbound tourism in a very big way. There are various stakeholders who contribute and who ensure that they also get some benefit out of it. So that's another thing which is happening. Public transport benefits, creates opportunity for the food and beverage industry. I mean, I've seen a lot of restaurants who are moving abroad because they feel that they have a better opportunity because of the Indian movement and because of the people getting into that cultural thing, and they want to have Indian food and want to understand Indian cuisines. This creates a demand for travel insurance also. I mean, travel insurance, I think insurance companies are minting money these days. It's compulsory for you to have insurance when you're traveling abroad. So every insurance company ensures that they give you 3 to 6 months of insurance, whether you are there for 10 days or you're there for 20 days. So you have to buy it because it's actually beneficial for both. For us who are traveling, because any mishap happens, you are taken care of, and the insurance companies ensure that all these things are taken care in a very smooth manner. As Deepak sir rightly says, it fosters cultural exchanges between India and other countries. That's one thing which is very crucial, because there was a time when everybody thought India was a place of wo samp wale wo hote hain. I mean, they always believe that, or tribals, or the people who are backward. But today, with us traveling abroad and spreading our culture across, people understand that we are actually of much, much better stage than what we were before. So that's another thing which really triggers it, and that in turn invites people to come to India and spread or increase our economy in that manner. The key findings which we did, this report which we have made was done with major research, analysis, and live interviews which were taken with various stakeholders, let it be the travel agencies, the aviation industry, or the tourists and the travelers who've been traveling quite a lot. So we've come out with this report after getting the statistics as well as the socio-economic factors which are influencing the outbound tourism. So major facts which were taken care of or which were captured was why we are moving on outbound tourism to various countries. It's rising incomes, growing middle class, increased affordability, and a desire for international experience. Before, we only knew about international experiences when probably my dad was transferred to US. So I went there, I was there for 2 years and I came back. But today we are looking at US as a place for tourism and travel destination. Our experiences which are there in the travel focus on unique experiences, luxury accommodations, and curated itineraries. The itineraries are usually done by the travel agencies who ensure that it is done as per the taste of the person who's going. So usually you will find both the packages available, which is as per the requirement, as well as the customized packages, which actually entices people to travel. Every person has a different reason for traveling abroad. It could be adventure, wildlife, wellness retreat, cultural, culinary tours, and others. I mean, it could be just that I want to go ahead and see the country and I just want to move around. And we've seen a lot of people using Airbnbs rather than the hotels. So that's another thing which is inviting people to get into it. Airbnb has been a major invite for people who don't want to spend too much on stays. Travelers are showing increasing interest in exploring new and offbeat destinations. I would say thanks to the social media and the film industry, they always try to focus on places which were never frequented before. Now, if you ask people, people are also going to Iceland and Finland, which was never thought of before, because we always thought Iceland and Finland is frozen places, we don't go there. But after seeing the movies, a lot of people have been traveling to Iceland and Finland. Improvements in travel facilitations such as visa, online booking platforms, inexpensive flight tickets, travel insurance options, streamlined airport services, and numerous offers which have been given by these agencies who are organizing these groups. With a large population, a rising middle class, increasing disposable income, and a growing interest for international travel is something which is actually enticing people, and it's taking off in a big way. I agree with Ankush. I think in 10 years' time, we would be surpassing any country, any other place by the number of people who are traveling from India for outbound tourism. So this is something which is a very, very lucrative and a market which is really looking forward to. A few of the recommendations which we have done where we feel government should look at it more positively, lowering the rate of TCS, as Ankush mentioned, he's already working on it. Enhancing opportunities or partnership with foreign countries. We really have to look at 48. We have to look at all 190 countries. Strengthening bilateral relations, strengthening Indian passports, and have a better communication system with other countries for the visa facilities. Collaboration with airlines. I think government is already doing quite a lot on that. Experimental promotions, joint marketing campaigns, road shows, events. This is something which is really going to help us and create more revenue for us. Thank you so much, and I really look forward to all of you spreading the word around. If anybody needs any more details on the report, please feel free to connect with us and the team here. Thank you so much.
For some reason, I'm not able to find my phone. Thank you, Poonam, for the insightful, I think, presentation. Uh, there are copies outside, so I request everybody before they leave to carry this amazing report. I looked at this thrice myself. Very meaningful statistics, which will give you about our industry. So please do carry it on your way back. Uh, Now I would like to invite Her Excellency Miss Krishna Murthy, who's the Ambassador for Republic of Indonesia. She's not here physically, but she'll be coming through a video message. So if I can ask.
Mr. Dipang Deva, Chairman Vicky Tourism and Culture Committee, Mr. Ankush Nitjawan, Chairman Vicky Outbound Tourism Committee, CEOs and Captain of Tourism Industries, distinguished speakers, tourism-related companies and individuals, honorable participants, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. May peace and health be upon us all. First, I would like to extend my sincerest regret for not being able to join you all to physically attend the important event of India's second Outbound Tourism Summit due to traveling to Indore for a G20 ministerial meeting. Second, I am humbly honored and deeply appreciate Vicky for allowing me to give video recorded remarks. Friends, ladies and gentlemen, over the last few years, India and Indonesia have emerged as among few nations with robust economic growth. IMF has forecasted that India will grow by 5.9% and Indonesia will grow by 5% in 2023. It is far above the forecasted global GDP growth of 2.8% in 2023. Additionally, UN Population Report 2023 shows that together, India and Indonesia represent approximately 1.7 billion population, where India's population is around 1.42 billion. Indonesia is fourth largest population in the world, with close to 280 million people. With these backdrops, it is important to understand that stronger Indonesia and India relations in the coming future will be beneficial not only for both countries, but also to the region and the world. Further, we should not forget that our countries have strong linkages for 2 millennia, be it socioculture, historical, and even we had swapped the last year and this year of G20 presidency. All of these are solid foundation of both of us to enhance and deepen the people-to-people contact. One serves best to be an effective vehicle to strengthen the people-to-people contact. With no doubts and hesitance, my answer would be tourism. Friends, ladies and gentlemen, let us talk a bit about numbers, both Indonesia and India. As you are all experts in tourism sector, I do not need to highlight enough on how important tourism is in India's economy. Its contribution to GDP pre-COVID was 5.19%. And not a surprise to us all that there is a jump in its growth of 9.2% during post-pandemic of 22 to 23, which have created expanded opportunities for players in tourism ecosystem. According to Mordor Intelligence, Indian outbound tourism market is estimated more than $21 million in 2022, and unfortunately, Indonesia accounted only a tiny 2.14% of this number. As for Indonesia, international tourist arrival pre-COVID reached to as high as 16.1 million tourists in 2019, while post-pandemic in 2022, over 4.5 million tourists came to Indonesia. Before and after COVID-19 pandemic, with around 4 to 5% of total international tourist arrivals, India is among the third biggest source of tourism to Indonesia. Friends, ladies and gentlemen, like I said in the beginning, people-to-people contact between our countries is an asset. Therefore, since I arrived in India in January last year, enhancing and deepening the P2P contact post-pandemic has become one of my priority missions. As tourism is one of the most important vehicles to achieve this mission, Indonesia collaborates with many stakeholders in India and Indonesia to comprehensively establish and make preparation for stronger collaboration in tourism sector. Let me mention some examples. After no direct flight since 2018, when Garuda Indonesia Airlines stopped its services, finally we will have direct flights by Indigo from Mumbai to Jakarta from 7 August and Batik Air from Medan to Chennai from 11 August, while hoping that the plan of Vistara for direct flight New Delhi-Bali will come to a realization later this year. Presently, Bali has already become Indians' dream destination for wedding and honeymoon, which places India as the second highest tourist inbound there, following Australia. But Indonesia offers more than just Bali. Jakarta, for example, as the charm of the metropolis, has attracted foreign visitors with its mix of cultures, fast-paced cosmopolitan lifestyles, not to mention its skyscrapers and shopping centers. We also strive to adapt to a broader spectrum of potential markets by raising the luxury segment. Several handpicked destinations are carefully prepared, including Yogyakarta, Bali, Sumba, and Labuan Bajo. In addition, Labuan Bajo has become the 5 super priority destinations, along with Borobudur Temple, Lake Toba, Mandalika, and Likupang. On policy side, Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy continues to implement 3 strategies to increase and develop tourism sectors. One is adaptation, communication, including communication strategy, wonderful journey, hashtag it's time for Bali. Second, innovation, including marketing digitalization. And third, collaboration, which is joint promotion and co-branding. Smooth traveling also includes visa policy. We have reinvigorated our 3 visa policies in Indonesia, which includes visa exemptions, visa on arrival, and second home. For Indian tourists, visa on arrival or VOA and e-VOA with a minimum cost of 2,700 rupees have eased their entrance to Indonesia. Friends, ladies and gentlemen, surely with its many meetings, G20 has opened many windows and doors of opportunities for tourism sector. Indeed, both Indonesia in 2022 and India in 2023 are very blessed to hold back-to-back presidency of G20. We both have opportunities to expose beautiful thematic destinations in various states, provinces, and cities. For India, until July, India already hosted more than 150 meetings in more than 50 cities with more than 15,000 delegates from various G20 countries. However, challenges for tourism sectors remain in many areas. Only by collaboration we could overcome these challenges. A long partnership between India and Indonesia is an unquestionably solid basis to build many building blocks of cooperation. In this regard, I would like to humbly request your kind and strong support to establish a constant, continuous, sustainable direct air traffic between our countries, including through a balanced inbound, outbound tourism to and from India and Indonesia. One of the ideas in my mind is to establish a niche market of a certain interest for exchange of visits between Indonesian tourists to India and Indian tourists to Indonesia. For example, thematic tourism of Ramayana Mahabharata, or health, or education, or a theme that I just come up with, RICH, RICH, that stands for religions, cultural, social, and history. I would like to conclude by expressing my most sincere best wishes to Vicky and all participants of this August gathering for a success deliberation and fruitful outcomes. Thank you very much for your attention. Have a good morning.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, Ms. Krishnamurthy. I think with this route starting Jakarta and Bali, I think the traffic both ways from India and Indonesia, I think is a no-brainer and will do extremely well in my opinion. I would now like to request for vote of thanks by Mr. Manab Majumdar, our Deputy Secretary General for FICCI. Please do the vote.
Thank you, Mr. Ankush. If you just permit me 30 seconds before I propose the vote of thanks, I'd like to share a quotation which has always remained very favorite for me and very close to my heart. Gustav Flaubert, he said long back that travel makes one modest. You see what a tiny place you occupy in the world. So with that preface, I know I have a pleasant duty, that of proposing the vote of thanks. First and foremost, our sincere most thanks to Sri Ankush Nijohan. We are most thankful to you, Ankush, for leading this initiative and FICCI's all initiatives on outbound tourism. Thank you so much. I take this opportunity to thank Sri Deepak Deva, Chair of FICCI National Committee on Tourism and Culture, for his valuable guidance as always. Thank you. Our thanks are due to Ms. Poonam Kaura and our knowledge partner Nangia Anderson LLP. And as many of you would have picked up later, maybe after this session, this knowledge paper, and as some of us already had an opportunity to have a pick, this is a wonderful piece of document. So I would sincerely urge all of you to kindly pick up, refer to the document, and share your feedback. Thank you again. We are most grateful to Her Excellency Ms. Krishnamurthy, the Ambassador of Indonesia to India, for kindly sharing the video message. As you listen to her, she was very keen on joining in person, but couldn't do so because of the preoccupation with G20 meeting. Last but not the least, I sincerely thank all the esteemed speakers, panelists, friends from media, and all the delegates, all the participants for kindly joining us today. Thank you so much. With this, I would like to turn it over to Mr. Ankush for taking this forward. Thanks, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Majumdar, for your vote of thanks. Without any further delay, I would like to now start the panel discussion, and I think there's no better moderator, but he's a speaker as well. But I always say, please moderate this session for me. A very senior member from our industry, Mr. Sani, who's also the Managing Director for Weldon Tours and Travel, and also the co-chair who helps me in planning all this as well for a lovely tourism summit which is happening. So please, I would request my co-chair for the FICCI Tourism Summit to be and start the panel discussion. Mr. Sani, we have 15 minutes today as per schedule, but we'll still give you that 15 minutes. So till 1:15. No, we will start now, but we will still, yeah, after this, yeah. So we will finish your session by 1:15 instead of 1 o'clock. So you have that 15 minutes. I don't want to. And also like to thank all my friends, Himanshu and Romil, who have come from Mumbai just to be part of the panel. So let Mr. Sani do the introductions of these accomplished speakers who will be talking about India as one of the largest outbound source markets, its challenges and opportunities. Mr. Sani, please.
Good morning, everybody. First of all, I think it's just good afternoon now. Yes, a minute to go. My really, this thank you comes from the heart. I know early in the morning, taking out time on this working day and being here. Thanks to you for making a difference to outbound industry, outbound tourism. While I will be talking a lot about outbound on this, and I'm moved with the panelists who are here on this panel discussion. Let me start by inviting Mr. Sandeep Dwivedi. Mr. Sandeep Dwivedi, is he not there? Okay. So as and when he comes in, he'll join us. All right, so let me first invite Mr. Luis Cabello. Mr. Luis Cabello is the Trade and Tourism Counselor of Peru in India. Let's welcome Mr. Luis Cabello. Thank you. May I invite Himanshu Patil? Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Himanshu is the Managing Director of Kesari Tours and Travels from Bombay. Mr. Romil Pant, Executive Vice President and Head of Holidays, Thomas Cook India. Welcome, Romil. Next, I would like to invite Ms. Radhika Khanijo, Founder and Managing Director of Velgo Travels. Welcome, Radhika. May I invite Mr. Sanjay Datta, Past President SCAL International Asia and Delhi, and CMD of Airborne Travels and Holidays. Welcome, sir. I would like to invite Mr. Akash Dhaia, co-founder of and CEO of Sankash Private Limited. Mr. Akash Dhaia. So first of all, thank you very much to the panelists for taking out time. I know from last couple of days we have been doing some thinking, but I think the best part is they are from the industry and they are who's who of this industry. So I didn't have to do much about it. Most of the pointers were coming from them, and I hope, Ankush, we can cover it by 1:15, which is when we went through the pointers, I think we needed one day to debate it. So So, to start with, India now seen as one of the largest outbound source market. I, I think I would start with the opportunities first, because I could see the challenges are big and may take little longer time. But let us start with the opportunities which are all known to you also and to most of the people from the fraternity. I would like to throw this question to Mr. Himanshu Patel. Himanshu, your company is catering to a very big number all over India, especially in Western India, and you touch most of the destinations which are covered by Indian tourists. What do you see is the opportunity that we can look at? Which are the points we can look at as an opportunity to expand on new businesses, new destinations in outbound tourism?
Before I answer this, thank you, Ankush and Team Fiki, for inviting me here. As Ankush has started with numbers, and as we all know, opportunities for India next 10 years is huge. Where we have to overcome our challenges, but I think the growing middle class population, the ease of online, the way the technology is shaping up, and that's where so people are traveling left, right, center, and that's what the opportunity for us. As when we say that earlier trains, when we looked at it 20 years back, only students used to travel all alone. He used to go and then he used to come back after probably 2 years or after completing his course. But today, the parents are traveling with him. The student is going for his education, is coming back home in every break.
Yes.
So that's how the numbers are growing rapidly. The corporate travel is going so strong, and they are looking for new destinations. Also, this younger generation, the millennial travel, he is well researched, and he wants to go to unusual destinations, or probably I can say extreme travel. He's trying to identify these kind of challenging destinations,
Yeah.
and they are going. It's probably, you can say, a shock tourism, which is growing big way, and that's where I feel we as a travel agents, we have to catch all these as opportunity and grow your business.
Yeah, great. Thanks for starting this discussion, Himanshu. I would like to direct this question to Radhika. Radhika, you being from the segment which caters to the HNI group, and I always see you whenever we get into a discussion of outbound tourism that you're always touching some new country and a new product. What do you think as an opportunity? What is there as an opportunity which we don't want to miss out on, so that this rhythm of outbound tourism, which is going on exponentially, is like enhanced? Over to you, Radhika.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much, Ankush and Fiki, for giving me this wonderful opportunity to be a panelist. The Indian outbound is expected to expand at 11.4 CAGR, definitely 22 to 2032. This is an excellent opportunity to grab Gen Z and millennials, and definitely I'm focusing on them. They are the one who explore maximum adventure sports, festivals, luxury shopping, and they spend the most. So basically, we're focusing on these millennials, and they are the best spenders. So I think this is the best opportunity to focus on them and do whatever they want. So they are coming out with a lot of new things. There are so many festivals coming in around the world, like Tomorrowland. There are so many adventure sports. So we are focusing on those new things right now. So this is the new thing which has come up actually for us.
Yeah, great. Got that. Thanks, Radhika. That was a wonderful feedback that you gave. Anything else you wanted to add, or did I interrupt you?
So no, that's the new thing. That's what I mean. I wanted to put
Yeah.
in. This is something which is new and outbound.
Yeah, yeah.
Rest, I mean, of course, there are the HNIs we are catering to. They are, of course, even when we are doing with private charters, and that's the regular thing what HNIs keep doing. But this is something new, the adventure sports and the festivals, which is something new. It's a new market for us.
Yeah, got it, got it. Mr. Luis Cubello,
And I'll add on to I'll add on to wellness, which we've added also. This has come in a big way.
yeah,
Yeah, we've
Wellness
added
has come in a
wellness
very
in
big
our portfolio.
yeah. Good, thank you. Thank you for giving us those insights. Mr. Luis Cubello, one thing that most of the panelists, when we were discussing were telling me that one of the opportunities will be to, when we are, their destination that we are enhancing in India for outbound traveler, there's an information that millennials come out with, they already have it. There was time when we had to study a lot, we had to do a lot of research on it. Now they come out with their information themselves. Now the thing is in the different way. Now we have to match that what they come out with. So talking about Peru, South America is now, of course, the continent is becoming one of the sought-after destination. Machu Picchu is, of course, one of the things that people want to always have in their bucket list. There are a lot of things. What do you see India as an opportunity? India as an outbound tourism? How does your country look at it? And what are the actions you are contemplating to take, which will enhance the tourism from India to Peru?
First of all, thank you very much to Fiki, Ankush, Fiki, an old friend, and also Ankush, old friend of mine, and of the trade office of Peru in India. But first, I want to know something because I need to know a little bit more about the audience. How many of you are offering Latin America? Any country in Latin America? These are my partners, okay. How many of you know something about Latin America? You read something? Okay. Have you heard about Machu Picchu?
Wonderful, colorful mountains.
Okay, great. Now I know a little bit more about you, especially because I don't want to talk about, to expose something that maybe you don't understand. But now it's clear for me. Look, let me read because my memory is not as good as your memory.
No worries.
I'm not going to read it, but I will use my notes for that. And I will only talk about the Peruvian experience here in India. Okay, I'm not talking about any other country. I'm sorry for that. Look, from my point of view. Okay. Now can you hear me? Great. Okay. What I said is that I will talk only about the Peruvian experience here in India. And there's a problem with my Houston. We have a problem.
No, it's okay. No, it's okay.
Okay, as I see it, look, maybe it's not correct, but maybe 10 years back, India was not really interested in outbound long-haul destinations. Some of you were looking for countries in Latin America, maybe the US because of studies, maybe those Canada also because of a lot of movements in the Indian economy. So when I reached here, that was almost 10 years back, it was a challenge and also an opportunity for us because we have to do something about the trade here in India as well as in Peru. Okay, that was something almost mandatory for us to educate Indian companies as well as Peruvian companies. Okay, now nowadays, okay, India have much more interest in offer countries as Peru or countries in Latin America because there is a lot of opportunities. Look, what I find is this: we offer heritage, we offer culture, we offer history, and especially we offer gastronomy. And I know that India, as well as Peruvians, we are always talking about food, and that is something that we are offered to the market. Okay, also, when we talk about India, you are always looking for destination, or your customers are looking for destinations that don't represent a problem when we talk about visas. Okay, look, talking about Peru and what we are doing to the Indian market, your visas can be get in only 4 days, 4 working days. But if your passengers, because we are talking about business, I am a businessman, so we're talking about business. I'm not talking about only tourism. Okay, if your passengers have UK, US, Australian, Canadian, or Schengen visa with more than 6 months of validity, you don't need visa to go to Peru. Okay, so why we have to ask for visas if those countries allow you to visit their countries? No sense. Okay, so and also from my point of view, there are some conditions that allow us to think that we have a lot of opportunities here in India. And it's very possible from my point of view, that Peru has all the touristic offer that India travelers are looking for in this moment. Those are the opportunities that I think we can find.
Got it. Thank you so much. While you were mentioning all this, I wanted to, note down a question that will be coming in the challenges. So I will be pointing that out to you. Sanjay, you are, I would say, the man who has been in the industry for a very, very long time, and you've seen the changes and the kind of responsibilities that you have handled gives you a lot of leverage on looking at how outbound tourism has become an opportunity in every segment. You may, and as Ankush was mentioning that whether it is OTAs or it is travel agents who are dealing with it, every segment will survive in this. There's no worry now in the market about that. What do you see? Of course, what I pointed out is one of the things. You can add whatever you have in your mind. As outbound as an opportunity for the travel industry, for the tour operators, and per se for the entire travelers. Over to you, Sanjay.
Mr. Sani is known for it. First of all, let me thank my friend Ankush and Fiki for calling us here. But I had requested Sani Saab to give me the challenges part, but then he's thrown a challenge to me by asking about opportunities. But nonetheless, opportunities have been many. If you guys have heard Ankush right in the beginning, I think another name of Ankush is optimism, which is he's always full of it. So is the Indian economy as of now. I don't deny the fact there are many opportunities right now. India is growing exponentially, and all of us sitting here have an opportunity, and this opportunity which Fiki and Ankush and Sani Saab has provided to all of us. First of all, I would tell Ankush, there is an opportunity here for you to grow even further. As I see in this hall, is not even full, say about 120 people, 125 people. You could have done this on a hybrid basis where your reach would have been much larger. No, but I was not aware that the link is being sent to you people, because then, people sitting in their offices can log on and check out as to what is happening. So if you have done that, my compliments to you. It could have been on an all India basis also, because I am
suggestion well taken.
Fiki has chapters all across India, so
sure.
So it could have been a much larger audience for that matter. Not that it matters, but then I believe this paper, whatever comes out of it, will be circulated to members. Second thing which I want to say is where people opportunity is coming to the people, because Fiki has been doing a lot of work when it comes to tourism. They have a separate tourism body. But unfortunately, not very many people I see coming forward from the tourism industry to be members for Fiki. So your membership should be open to a lot of the people, or you could ask people by invitation to become members. People who can contribute. Deepak Deva is here. I saw him a while ago, who can contribute much more. Similarly, there are many other people. Ankush knows almost all of them. So those could be invited. So by me, but by telling you this, I think opportunities should be created more and more for people to be more participative in these kind of formats. Because if you're not participative, you don't come to know what these associations and organizations are doing. And once they do, it's not. I'm not denying the fact that they are not doing their bit, but I think it's not percolating down to the last mile, as a matter of fact. So those are the kind of things one needs to take forward. Rest we'll discuss when we come to some more questions.
You know,
Thank you, Mr.
when you
Sahni.
were mentioning this, I was thinking, why not have next Outbound Summit in Jawaharlal Nehru Auditorium? And you know, we should have that kind of people coming from all over India and all the world participating in it. So thank you for that. That opens an opportunity for us. You know, really.
I will support you wherever you want.
Really, I mean it. You know, and the kind of work that the team is doing. You know, hats off to Manish and the team, and of course the guidance of Ankush. You know that we always have some people behind the scenes also. Shyamji giving us some suggestions. You know, and he's very straight about it. So we look at the blessings from the trade and from you, that we do it like in a big way. Sure.
That is what my intention is, because when you do things which are good for the industry, I think they should be reaching out to as many people as possible, because a select few will not be helpful.
So Romal, taking it to you, of course you're heading holidays, and I know whenever we discuss Outbound, you are so passionate about it. You know, like when sometimes I feel that at night also when you sleep, you dream about Outbound only. So how do you see, I mean, for the growth of your own company, I would say, I wouldn't touching that, so that, everybody can look at their own companies. How do you see Outbound surge as an opportunity for you in your company, Thomas Cook?
Okay, thank you so much, Ankush and the entire FICCI team for inviting me here. And Mr. Sahni, thank you so much. You've given me you've thrown at me a challenge which is difficult, because I am speaking at the end of all the stalwarts speaking, but I'll try my best nevertheless. When I got the topic, I was wondering what will I say in challenges. So in that sense, I'm pretty sorted with the fact that you asked me to speak on opportunities first.
Right? I'm going to come to that also.
Because I don't find any challenges right now, being an eternal optimist like Ankush that I am. So as far as opportunities and my business growth is concerned, we've been seeing what is happening, and I'll be very honest, this year has been a year of redemption, so to say. And if anybody in this room says that I have not made money this year, it will be a wrong information. So all of us are making money, that's the good part. But where is the opportunity coming from? I mean, post the pandemic, I'm seeing not just coming from the so-called top 8 metro cities in this country, but coming from tier 2, 3, 4, and even 5 to that extent. Himanshu Bhai is penetrated very deep into interior Maharashtra. That wherever you go, you find a Kesari board. My team always has a challenge in that. But nevertheless, yes, there is so much of travel requirement that has come up across the country. Absolutely. And not just from the metro towns. So for me, expansion, and I did a check that how many out of how many top 100 municipal limits am I there? We are there only in about 75 to 80. So there are 20 which I can be there even more. And we are getting demand from those places. That is the first opportunity. Secondly, I think the higher disposable income in terms of spends on travel is a reality. People today want to spend more. I mean, there's a saying, in God we trust, for everything else get us data. The data reality is that today Indians are spending more in, whether it is in Southeast Asia or in the Middle East or in Europe, or dare I say, even when they go to South America, the cost of those trips is pretty high, but on the ground spends are also equally higher. We just finished somebody's trip who went to US for 36 days, 4 people, 6 countries, and about 18 cities they did in 36 days. Probably the longest trip I've ever done post the pandemic. So disposable incomes are higher. That is an opportunity. So people are with higher disposable incomes are willing to pay better for the quality of the trip that we are offering. I'm sure we don't do that level of trips which ma'am would have done, because we get a more McDonald kind of a customer versus a very high end customer, gourmet kind of a customer that you would be doing. But nevertheless, we do those customers. And disposable income helps. Third thing which we are observing is the kal ho na ho scenario. Or zindagi na milegi dobara. So in 1 year, people are traveling not just twice, but even thrice. So they would do one long trip, which was the traditional Garmi ki Chuttiya destination to Nani's house, moving that away to longer distance destination like a Europe or other places which are longer destinations. But then come 15th August, there's a long weekend there. There is Janmashtami which comes up from the South Gujarat belt. Then it's Durga Puja.
Five trips a year.
5 trips a year we've got customers who do, and there are retired customers who come to us who do 3-4 day trips of 15 days each every year. That is the third opportunity which I can very clearly see that we have been trying to keep the customer to ourselves, because the market is there and we have to ensure that our costs of acquisition stay under control. So we need to have repeats as much as possible. And finally, I think Akash is a good friend. He's here. TNPL is a fantastic opportunity. When TCS came, we were all very excited with TNPL because we thought that is the only way in which we can manage the customer. But Akash, not to worry, another quarter we'll come to know. But there is an opportunity even in that, because that whole scenario of saving for the future, more so in the younger age. And I'm very happy that our average age, which was probably 6 years back of a customer, was 45 years, is now down to 34. For an organization like we claim to be 184 years young, for us, having a customer average age of 34, 35 is an excellent age, because I still do believe that younger millennials will never do the long trip. I need to get people in their 30s and 40s to do the long distance trips, because they have the money. So my view is that apart from a lot of global opportunities opening up, destinations opening up, there is enough and more that we offer to the world in terms of our customer base, who can go be a powerhouse of not just packs but in commercial terms as well to the economy of the host nation. And that is where I think that the power that we've got post the pandemic, because our economy is very strong versus most of the other economies.
Got it.
So I think these are 3-4 opportunities which I would want to talk about.
Got it. So the points that most of us has touched, I remember one saying, I remember a long time back, my Nani telling me, in 19th century, when somebody said pani bottle mein milega, was like something people laughed on. Or udan khutala ya or ek kabutar chithi leke chala gaya was something that people thought was just a saying. But now email sends a letter to your girlfriend or boyfriend in a second, and your business is now online on Zoom. So things have transformed. There was time she used to tell me, people when they needed money, they used to go to a lender. उसको शाहूकार बोलते थे. अब शाहूकार आपके पास आ जाते हैं. Times have changed. We have a शाहूकार with us. We have Akash sitting here, a company which we don't have to now worry about funding and all. They create opportunities. So opportunity of funding and opportunity of outbound. Akash, I would like you to touch this point.
No, thank you, Mr. Sani. You are absolutely right. But staying away from the Sahukar debate. But just to highlight before I start, Mr. Lewis, Marco Picchu is trending on Instagram thanks to a web series, a murder mystery. It just got released in Hindi and Punjabi. So you want to, so it's getting famous. So yeah, it's pretty fair that a lot of challenges and opportunities. And just for the benefit of the audience, we are a new travel fintech primarily. We finance customers. So most of the things that we come from our side is a very different opportunity and challenges as compared to other cliched or the old erstwhile the travel part. The reason being is that other day I was having a discussion with Ankush and Shyamji, where Shyamji just mentioned a passing comment, said that fintech na is a new social media. And this, though it's as a passing comment, but it's so true about it, because what it does today as an average individual users, we spend more time on our banking apps, the payment apps, as compared to our Instagrams. Today, we try to scout for equal amount of time on searching for a deal to pay for our travel, right? And that goes hand in hand. Now, unfortunately, that has not carved out much the way as an industry we sell it. For example, BMW prices have soared in last 10 years to about 50%. Their sales have not dropped. Have you ever seen an advertisement of a BMW which published the full price of a BMW? Now that's the industry which almost adopted. They sell the BMW at 69,999. Now that's the power of a consumer of the Indian that goes ahead. Unfortunately, that does not happen today, even today as a traveler, and that's what we tend to set out to. You walk into a Chroma store, right? As a walk-in customer, you get flooded with 10 options to pay. You walk into any of our travel agent store, it looks like a dead place as far as the fintech is concerned. So that innovation I see is an opportunity and challenge as well. We perceive BNPL or the payment options as a way to pay. However, the way the industry has moved, it is a way to sell. It needs to come right at the beginning, because selling a package at 20,000 rupees versus 2,40,000, it makes a lot of perspective change. And that's what we have started seeing. Consumption and footfall is definitely both the things that people are looking for it. There are always the early adopters. For example, we have started working with the tourism boards who want us to fund every customer traveling to their country with 50,000 rupees, which can only be consumed in that country. And that tourism board is going to bear the entire interest cost for it. Now imagine a customer having a 50,000 bucks to be spent when he is in the capital of that country, right? Now, that's the power of money that start coming, and that's the innovation that needs to be done. When we meet investors, we are a new age company. Unfortunate one sentence that always comes is, yeah, last innovation in the travel industry happened at Make My Trip. Now, that's something that's tend to change because they're not seen the value, and that's the reason why they're not seen much of the money coming in, and thanks to COVID, it further fell down, right? But that's the challenges and the opportunity that is cropping up, and I would say that just a matter of time that this thing, the next driving or the innovation, probably as what we see is definitely going to be coming from the money side. Yeah.
Thank you, Akash. Before I switch on to the challenges, one question from the audience. Anything that you want to ask regarding opportunities that will enhance your knowledge or the knowledge of the audience sitting here and people watching on YouTube? One question from the audience through any of the panelists. Anybody? You are, oh yes. Yeah, please introduce yourself and yeah. You're from the media?
Yep.
Yeah.
So the question is very simple. How long will the good period last?
Oh, yeah.
When is the peak coming? And
Yeah.
how is the industry preparing for that?
Yeah.
Maybe it will also lead you into a second part.
Yeah. Anybody who would like to answer this? Himanshu, you?
I think we, post-pandemic, as Romil rightly said, kal ho na ho. So we are heading for the peak, and the way new airlines are coming in, and this is going to go for a long way. This is what I feel, at least next 10 years, we will keep growing, I think in double numbers. That's what I feel.
Thank you. All right, so we'll switch to the other side now, challenges. So I don't think so I have to direct many questions. You know, being a panelist, when I was looked at this one, Ankush, I was saying, question ka puchna hai? Challenge hi challenge hai. Although Roman is saying that there's no challenge. But let's look at it. So let's start with how the countries who are here in India, present in this country, they see a challenge of marketing their product into India. What are the challenges they see, and where do they stand, you know, overcoming those challenges? So, Mr. Lewis.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Okay, look, first, to improve connectivity. That is a must for us. But something will change. And you know that Peru, especially from my side, Peru and India are in the middle of the negotiation of a trade agreement. Okay, we are in the 5th round of meetings, and we expect to finish that trade agreement in the month to come. Okay, let's think in 1 year more. That will help because there is a relation between business, connectivity, and tourism. So as in the moment that we increase the volume of products coming from India to Peru or vice versa, tourism will be higher than what we have right now. Also think about business when you talk about this agreement, no? Then we have to continue with the training, not only here but also in Peru. Look, the audience, I talk with you that you are part of the tourism sector, and maybe only 15% know a little bit about Latin America. And I suppose that also that is the percentage of people that know something about Peru. Okay, then we have to increase and really increase the participation of Peruvian companies here in India.
Yes.
That's
That'll be-
something that
that'll
we
be
are
welcoming.
doing, and I will talk about it later. And then also we have to talk about the opportunities of India as a market. You read the one previous presentation, and also I read something about the people from India traveling abroad. Look, as I read in 2022, from January to November, 18 million of your citizens went out of this country. Look, 18 million, that is more than half of my population. And in your presentation, I read something that 20 something, it's almost 74% of my population that are traveling around the world. Okay, that's something that we have to understand, and that is something that I have to talk about it when I talk with companies in Peru. 1 month back, I went to Peru for some meetings, and I have a presentation. I asked for a presentation for the tourism to the tourism sector, because it was impossible for me to be there. That I suppose that I know a little bit about India without talking to these companies. And I said, look, but open your eyes like this, because you have to pay attention. According to what I read, the expenses or the investment of the India travel sector of the Indian travelers in the next year, 2024, will be of around 42 billion US dollars. That means a lot of money. So think about where is the money, and you have to follow the money. That's it. That is what I told you. That is what I tell them. Okay, so something else that is also a challenge for us. What I heard since I reached here is that your customers, when they travel to Latin America or to long-haul destinations like Latin America, they were looking for 2 or more countries to visit. But that is not correct. That was an imposition. You know what? More and more people from India are looking to visit only Peru. 21 days, 15 days. They don't want to spend 5 days here, 5 days there, 5 days in another country, because they spend more hours in airports, in planes, than visiting the places that they want to visit. Look, if you are doing business, thinking about Peru and Machu Picchu, if you are offering only 5 days in Peru, you are not losing money. You are wasting an opportunity to get some more money. Because only when you visit Machu Picchu, you have 3 destinations in only one city. Cusco City, the Sacred Valley of the Incas, with a lot of places to be visited in Machu Picchu. So that is also a challenge for us to change that, information that you get when you talk about long-haul destinations. There is there's not necessity to visit many places, only stay in one. Because if you want to visit, if you want to have beaches, we have it. Mountains, we have it. Snow, we have it. You have desert, we have whatever you want. Okay, thank you.
So, Mr. Luis, I would like to just quickly like you to answer one. The challenges within India where you can't market it, or is it from your country that you want to bring some delegation who will make aware of your products over there? Which is you think?
That was something that I will about to talk about later. But yes, we're having a good number of companies coming to India.
Oh, that's a good news.
Month.
Yeah, that's a great news. That's
and
very
also
good
we are planning to some farm trips, and
yeah,
there are a lot of things that we're going to do in the month to come.
All right, so now I'm going to open a Pandora box because my friend Sanjay is ready with those. So looking at the challenges, no, I would like you to keep the timing in mind, but surely briefly you can start the the dialogue on challenges that we have in outbound tourism. Although it's a surge in a big way, but where are the challenges?
Well, thank you, Mr. Sani, once again. Challenges, I will start with something which Ms. Kaura had presented. As I read here, your one of the topics on this thing is key challenges. And challenges mentioned here are only 4 of them, which are not related with, like, you haven't given any feedback as to how to overcome these challenges. But having said that, I think major challenges which we face as agencies, the information is not percolated down to the members, as a matter of fact. So many times so-called office bearers or leaders or whosoever gets a copy either from the ministry or from FICCI or otherwise, it doesn't go to the last member who can benefit from it. So the benefit schemes which are there are not really made benefit of by a large number of people. As I said a little earlier, the membership as far as FICCI is concerned is either it is not open, or if it is open, it is not going on, it's not advertised well. So having said that, I would come down to major part, which is visas. My friend here said about student visas. As of today, there are, I would say, if not less, about 100,000 students who are waiting to get their visas, and they are not getting dates from various embassies. I really don't know if proper representation has been made, but there are dubious means where people promise certain things, and a lot of people are losing out on money, which is a big challenge, because it not will hamper students' growth further on, but it will also hamper tourism to a certain extent, because as it was said by Mr. Patil a while ago, that their parents who have to go with them, even they will not be going, and that will affect tourism. Third part, which is most major part, Mr. Sani, is that our government, unfortunately, is concentrating only on inbound. Just think about the fact that if you had government support for outbound travel also, where would outbound travel be today? We have spoken very highly about optimism as far as outbound is concerned, but if we get the government support, I think we can, like, sky is the limit then. Somebody asked about peak. I think if we get the government support, there will be, somebody told me at one point of time, to reach the top is not a problem. So once we have reached the peak, I think we should start making the graphs from there onwards once again. Because once you reach the peak, then you should go on scaling another peak thereafter. So I would request people who are sitting here, Ankush, Ms. Kaura and Sani Saab, to at least tell government to help outbound tourism also, because there are many benefits which are available for outbound tourism. Department of Tourism does that. But out of, say, if I take a figure of 1 to 100, there will be 10% who will be using those benefits, 90% don't use the benefit because they don't get to know about the benefits. So that is another point. Another which Ankush took up very well, and Ankush has promised that there will be something done on TCS. Outbound.
That, can I add on the Shanigan visa figures, which happened this year?
Yeah, please go ahead.
6 lakhs Shanigan visas were filed, which is, we were the 3rd largest country in the world, and 18% were the rejections. So it was like really bad. And there were a lot of luxury travelers in those 18%. And they were the repeated travelers, and the percentage, they were like rejected. So it was really bad this time. And secondly, there were no appointment dates. And even if they were granted visas, the dates, the visa was for 7 days or 8 days or 10 days. That's it. Even for the luxury travelers. So
somewhere down the line, I feel this scarcity of dates is more creative rather than actual. It is created by certain people. I don't want to name anybody because that'll be against the ethics. But then this is more created, because once you pay a consideration, the dates are available. You don't pay a consideration, dates are not available. So having said that, I would say taxation, Ankush has already promised. So hopefully, keeping the fingers crossed. I'm not putting in a spot, Ankush, but then
Sanjay, I think if we list more challenges, then this discussion is going to go longer. So I know that I have a big list.
I was referring to Ms. Kaura here also. There are only 4 points where no suggestions have been given as to why. So I would like to contribute here. I would like to contribute here and give you some more challenges. because
but
this
20% is deadly.
Yeah, so,
So,
that 18%, we lost about 87 crore rupees in just visa rejection.
Yeah.
That's huge number of money we lost just by rejecting visas.
Got it.
And believe you me, once you pay the visa fees, which is for the members of the press, once you pay the visa fees, you don't get a visa and fee is not refundable.
Yeah, it's not.
So
So that's
what
another
I'm-
loss.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
I want to add something because that is also a challenge for all of you. Look, you mentioned about the rejection of visas, but you have to look at what happened, because it's not only because of the government or the visas policy of the embassies. Think about what is happening in the Indian economy or the Indian market about those rejections. There is a reason. And I'm
So,
sure that is
Mr.
not
Lewis,
because
I
of-
will answer that one. I don't have figures with me, but I don't know how many people from travel industry are here, but I know the panelists are all from the fraternity. There have been refusals on which we have to reapply with the same documents and they were granted visa.
Yeah, that's true.
So that was, that is one thing which the missions have to check and see what got missed out. We are not challenging their way of working. They have their way of working, and of course, pandemic happened to them also. We got that, but it's already 1.5 years has gone now. If countries are looking at India as an opportunity for outbound, for them there it is inbound. No government is doing anything wrong if inbound they are attracting inbound into their country. That's what they want to do. That's what Indian government is also doing. So, but at the same time, others government don't put hurdles into outbound. Our government is not putting hurdles. There is something they're dealing with with the taxation, and they have come out with some TCS, which is actually, I don't know, they didn't sit with us and plan things that we could have suggested. But we are requesting the government to sit with us. But now, looking at these challenges, Himanshu, I would like to ask you, what do you see from 1st of September if tax like 20% of TCS is imposed? What are the challenges that your company will face, and what do you think is going to be the impact of that on the outbound tourism? It's on.
Hello? Yeah. See, we have been thinking now what to do, how to deal with this 20% TCS, because it's a large amount from a middle class family is going to go with the TCS, though government is arguing that yes, it is going to come back, but you don't know how things will change. So we are just trying to figure out how to deal with this. This is going to be a challenging for initial period of time because there are no clear guidelines on what we are going to charge this 20%, whether it's if you do separate airline tickets, if you do a separate hotel, or if you do what. So there is no clarity as on today. I think I'm part of one of the association as Outbound OTOI. We are also working and trying to get the clarity on this, but I think this is going to impact for a short time for the industry, overall industry. But I think if you look at the spirit of Indian travelers, though you put it this 20%, but still they are going to travel. Maybe for a short period it will give a setback, but I think people will start finding way how to deal with this, and travel will go.
Yeah.
On challenges side, I personally feel, though we do have bilateral agreements with different countries, but I think we don't have many Indian carriers who are prepared or who has that number of aircraft which can fly with the ratio of that particular country, and that's where today we see a surge in flight pricing. And so if till then the Indian carriers, they don't have their fleets, I think the government should have this open sky policy and allow more flights to come in, because a lot of foreign airlines are willing to operate on daily basis, but like certain airlines have 2 flights a day from Mumbai, probably 5 flights out of Delhi, but our volumes are so high that because of less aircrafts or less number of flights going out of India, the flight pricing is going really high. I mean, it was unheard of paying 2 lakh plus for an economy class ticket to US, and this is happening. People are paying that, and people are still traveling.
Mr. Sani, let me excuse me if I. Everybody talks about pre-COVID levels. Nobody talks about pre-COVID level fares. Pre-COVID level fares were very different than what they are today. I think they are more than double, as a matter of fact. And that is also a big hindrance when it comes to outbound travel. In spite of the fact, yes, there has been a demand which is unprecedented, but when you, if the fares were controlled by some body here, I think you will still see a further surge in outbound travel.
So, I mean, sorry to interrupt you, but when Go Airways issue has happened, there was no government intervention, there was no help from government or aviation for trying to help stranded customers. The competitive airlines were charging bomb on particular domestic flights. Certain domestic flights were more expensive than your international travel. So these are, I mean, somewhere the government has to understand. You make your reservation well in advance. Say, for example, 6 months in advance for a small sector, a domestic sector, for 3,000 rupees. And something like this when happened, the airline says, okay, we'll give you refund of 3,000 rupees. What I'm going to do with your 3,000 rupees? Because that particular point of time, my holiday is non-refundable, it's already booked. And then the fare is probably 15,000 or 18,000. A family of 4 has to spend probably an additional 60,000 rupees just to save that hotel reservation. And that where the government has to come in place and form some regulations for airlines to try and accommodate to the different airlines, which used to happen earlier, but which is not there today.
Radhika, I want you to highlight per se your own company. When the visas are not granted or when there's a challenge of dates that you don't get, what are the actions that you take? What is the message you want to send across that will take this challenge away from us, or it will reduce the burden?
So when the visas were not granted, we actually tried to reapply the visas, and it was very surprising, as Sanjay said, that we still got the visas the second time or the third time, and with the same documents.
Yeah, with the same documents.
And then, in fact, a couple of embassies, I wrote a letter to them, and I asked them that what was the thing? Why with the same documentation we got the visas, and what happened? I mean, this is very surprising. And I mean, the client had to spend 3 times visa fees, and they missed out on their actual travel dates.
Yeah.
And everything got spoiled. So the only answer they had was they were overburdened and they were short of staff.
Yeah, that happened. But now, what did you do? Did you change the destination, or did you?
So we could not change the destination, because if we have applied visas from one country, one Schengen country, we cannot apply the visa from another country if the visa is rejected from one country. We cannot go to another country because the another country will automatically have the information that the visa is rejected from one country.
Yeah.
So we have to reapply the visa from the same country.
No, I'm saying, if suppose you have applied, now this we are taking Schengen's case.
Yeah, okay. Schengen.
No, if it's Schengen we don't take, we'll look at some other country which
other countries
refuse, like let's say Schengen country refuses a visa. and you know it'll take time and passenger wants to go. Do you change the destination to some other
Yeah,
continent?
if at all they do not get the visa at all, yes, of course, then we have to make them travel to maybe if they have a US valid or a Canadian valid. That has also happened. Then we have to change the destination to any other country. Yes.
Got it. So,
Sani sir, in this case, it's very challenging for a travel agent
Yeah,
to
it's very
get back
challenging,
that
yeah.
money or which is already paid to hotels, to the DMCs abroad. And as a
Yeah,
travel
it
agent, you
is.
are helpless
yeah,
because
I got the challenges will now add to the more challenges. One second, Sanjay. I want to take Romit from the volumes that you do, and when you in a group, you are sending 150 people, 125 get the visa, 25 don't get the visa, and out of that is one of the chairman who doesn't get a visa. How do you handle that one?
Sorry. Sani sir, that's
Yeah,
a
I know
question
about those
little difficult for me to answer because that's a mice question.
Yeah.
Groups ka, I can talk
No,
about
but it's so outbound, no? We all.
Yeah, I know. We have to go back to the same.
And what are the kind of
embassy.
losses that you incur?
Yes, there are losses, but one has to manage those losses in the sense of the overall customer well-being. We can't be going back to the corporate and saying, or we can't go back to the customer and say that this is your problem. Ultimately, we have to service the customer.
Because if it is FID,
No,
you
but
can
at
take
times,
some
Mr.
action.
Sani, we lose the client also in that case.
Yeah, that's a.
We lose the client because clients they don't understand that level, the problem we have faced with them.
They think you have mishandled it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sani sir, there are two parts to it which I would like to answer this question on. First part is that what is the whole background of why is it that the embassies also are rejecting so quickly? One background to it is obviously there are certain embassies which are overworked and there have been overlooked cases which the same document get approved later. One of the tendencies I'm a fairly fresh person into the travel trade, having been here only for 12 years. Prior to that, I was a banker. I used to approve loans. Whenever the volumes were high, we would just reject on the case on the basis of first cut document. When we relooked it,
changed because you didn't want to be the culprit now.
Sorry?
You changed the profession because you didn't want to be the culprit now.
I didn't want to be the sahukar.
You could
now.
foresee.
So that is one part. But the other part, I think as an industry, at times we need to sit back and reflect also.
Yeah.
Why I say reflect is if you go and meet any of the Schengen countries or any of the countries where you have high visa volumes and try and understand their part of it. Immediately post-pandemic, the kind of applications that were sent to them were not the right set of applications. So you would have heard of rejection rates in excess of 20%, 30%, 40%, and these guys panicked completely. They said if we open up Schengen to everybody, we will have a situation which is not warranted by us. That is reflecting in the current rejection rates, and suddenly the volumes are so high that they are trying to see every application with that whole lens of figuring out whether this customer will go or not, or whether he'll stay or not. So the borderlines are at times getting rejected. Second is they have already identified. I know for a fact that they have identified states and regions.
I don't think we should get into that discussion, but the impact on the outbound tourism is what
it is a challenge for all of us. But at a self-regulatory level, we also need to see what we are submitting. That's the only limited point I'm making, that we need to see, and we also need to figure out who are the people who are not doing the right thing. And I think everybody
That's
here
our
does the right
responsibility.
thing. Everybody here the right thing, does the right thing. But there are people, because unfortunately this is not a regulated industry.
Correct.
There are no entry barriers. Anybody with a laptop can start a travel agency today, and we don't know the intent.
So you think government should intervene and streamline this process, that they identify the right kind of outbound
the government intervention is not
that will make a huge difference.
Important thing. I wanted to bring this
to,
to this point very importantly, that we should have a body. They should identify and certify travel agencies and tour operators.
That will make a huge difference.
This will make a huge difference in all countries. They are certified. Otherwise, they cannot operate. And only in India, it's not like that. We should have a certain certification. I really wanted to bring this point today.
Just add to what she said. I think there is one, while there is a certification now, that can happen either through the government or through a self-regulatory industry. Unfortunately, the industry is so open. We will not constitute more than 10% of the business, all of us sitting in this room. But there will be operators who may not be doing the right thing like me and you do, or everybody else on this panel and this room does. And that gets reflected in the visa approval rates that we all put in. The other challenge over there is that today, if you think of it, I lightheartedly said that I don't have a challenge, but I have a huge challenge, which is an operational challenge. My challenge is I'm not getting good talent in this industry.
That's another challenge.
Who has good talent? The kind of talent that we are attracting is probably the people who probably finished in the bottom 5 or bottom 10 in their classes. Today, Himanshu Bhai tries to find people in Maharashtra, he is struggling. I am trying to find people all over the country, I am struggling.
I would like to add something over there myself because I forgot that I am also a panelist. You know, surprisingly, with our experience in the Outbound Tour Operators Association of India, we saw that we invite these newcomers who come from institutions like Amity. But when rubber hits the road, the reality is different. Then they say that I was never even told about this. When they look at the visa process, when they look at the way we make the outbound tour package, and we tell them the challenges that we face, they say that they've never even been told about that. So when the rubber hits the road, so I would say we should take this message to the institutions who are training these people, to train them according to so that when they come to us, they actually enhance their knowledge by experimenting, and their internship should turn into an asset for them, rather than they go through a nightmare कि मैं job ही change, I should get into another line.
Sunny Sahab, I completely agree. If you go and see the IITTMs or any of these institutions which teach travel, their curriculum is probably of another century. I mean, it is shocking to talk to some of them, and I've been on interview panels. One, the communication skills are poor. Two, the knowledge that they come out after 3 years is sometimes like, what have you done for 3 years out here?
But I want to take this discussion to the Shahukar because because I don't want to miss out on the points that he has which are burning. I know Sanjay has a burning point to make, but before that, Akash, I want to know what is the impact of visas and this taxation on the outbound market?
So it does, Sani, technically it does, but we have never seen that in a financial services world. Whenever the taxation comes in, any such things, customer is very much cognizant of the fact, and they don't stop consuming the product. So they will continue to consume the product. They might change the means to consume it. So that's typically how has happened in the consumer durable or the housing or the car. That's typically how.
And we can't talk about all the means here.
Absolutely, and that's what the experiment. So yes, government should act, but why should they act? Imagine the outbound is only 30 million compared to domestic, which is 300 million. This 30 million does not even fall as a voting bank, right? So even if they put up some figure to it, right, no one does move around it, right? It does not have massive significant impact either at the political will level or even at the economic level, right? So, and when the government itself is trying to increase the tax bracket, right? Now, one fundamental points from our side, because we can see a salary slip and a bank statement of every traveler comes to us. 80% of self-employed, but the approval rates on a self-employed is only 18%. The reason being they don't file the ITRs, yet they take the international travel, and that's where the government is going to curb and say that tell me that you have the income. And unfortunately, that's the reason why we are also not able to approve a self-employed, because most of them comes and say, "Sir, mere cash ki income hai." See, I am not taking a collateral for you to fund your travel, right? But at least prove that you have an income on the paper. They don't want to do that. So it's a change that the industry needs to do it. Yes, government will move, but once the volume will start moving. The volumes are not moving because we are always on a price war all the time. We should sell good, and if the price war continue, neither the tourism boards will look at us, because the consumption, the average spend that an Indian does versus a Chinese is 10x. Now they say aap 10 log bhi aa jaoge, but cannot compare to 5 people who come from China, because their spend is much more higher, right? And because we don't charge and govern price from the market, we don't pay our people well. Irrespective how many institutes we do that, right? Can a tourism company go and pick up a guy from Ahmedabad or Bangalore? They can't, right? Because they can't afford it, because we cannot get that revenue from a customer. So that is a cyclic change which needs to do it. So the volume needs to do it, and we need to experiment and start doing very differently, and that's where the transition, even the government support will start coming. That's my view.
Got it. Yeah. And Sanjay, you had something burning to say?
It was again about visas. So this is a very interesting fact which I want to bring to your notices. As you know, I represent SCOL internationally.
Yeah.
SCOL Congress was supposed to be held in Canada this year. And this is again pertaining to visa. When it was announced in October last year in Croatia, there were a lot of representation from across the world, from across the clubs, various clubs, that Canadian visa is one of the most difficult visas to get. And you don't get dates, and if you get dates, the time taken is almost 6 to 8 months to 1 year. And believe you me, I'll tell you, just a month and a half ago, the Canadians themselves said they will not be able to host the Congress because visas are a big issue and they were not getting any registrations.
Yeah.
So that's the impact a visa can have on a country also.
Correct.
But on the flip side, I must say Peru is one of the countries which are being considered for the Congress now. So hopefully visa should not be a problem as far as Peru is concerned.
Great.
But you can imagine a Congress where almost about 500 to 600 or 700 people would be going has been rejected on visa grounds, not any other ground, but visa grounds only, because of delay in visa.
Got it. Point well taken. What I got from this panel discussion is that participation with the government while they are making rules of the private sector, which is dealing with it on the court, is very important. And we at FICCI will discuss with Ankush, and we'll take it like how we can take it forward. I think our signal is very clear. We are bound to implement the rules and regulation of this land. We are not challenging them at all. But ease of business has to be kept in mind to make sure that the ease of business is happening. And I also got very clear message from you people that outbound tourism, which is 30 million approximately right now, and is growing exponentially, can become an asset to market India. Imagine if some kind of money is put into that. Every person traveling out of India is wearing a T-shirt which demonstrates what India is, or is having a pouch which has got India, or which are the things that they use, which talks about India. And there are many more ideas. These are just few things which came to my mind. That these 30 million people will be the ones who will do the branding for this country. There are a lot of things that came done together. I think this panel discussion is not enough for all this, for sure. This point is well taken. But before I thank you, I would like this to open this to the audience here. If there's anything that you would like to ask the audience, and also any point to enhance this conversation. So, yeah, the gentleman over there.
Good afternoon. My name is Lokesh Chawla from Extra Mile Travel Services. And I have a question. 10 years ago, the cost of the Australian package, 9 nights, 10 days, was 1,50,000. And 10 years ago, the cost of an Eastern European package was near about 1 lakh. And 10 years ago, the Thailand package of 2 nights, Bangkok, 2 nights, Pattaya was 20,000. Today, after 10 years, this is not the case. And there are various factors attached to it. One of the key reasons and one of the key challenges is the rupee depreciation. So my question to the panelists is open question to all of you. How do you see and what do you think the rupee depreciation in the last 10 years has impacted the outbound travel market and the student travel, and what changes and what are the key factors that has impacted this, and how do you see that this challenge will be overcome? I'd like to hear your suggestions on behalf of the fraternity.
This question, I am ready with the answer for sure. So anybody, you would like to? Yeah.
Look, I don't want to talk about the money depreciation or your currency depreciation. Think about what is happening in India. The market is growing. The economy is getting better. India has something like a relative stabilized economy. It's in the mouth of everybody. It's like something like that happened in Peru. I cannot talk about what happened 10 years back. Right now, for example, it's very difficult for me to afford the expenses of having a maid working at home because they are getting more money. The economy is getting better. That is something that you have to consider. And talking about the previous matter, please, that is an opportunity for the private sector to take care of education, I mean, the training of the students that you want to work for you, and also talking about the visas issue.
Yeah. So, Lokesh, may I have permission?
Yeah,
Akash
so-
would like to say.
So price depreciation cannot be looked at as standalone metrics to measure the price governance, right? The disposable income, the exports have also put together. See, whatever said and done, the outbound tourism or the tourism is only a negligible part of a large economy, right? Pricing depreciation has helped us in building up the forex reserves as well. So that has always helped that. So on the larger picture, it went hand in hand, right? The disposable income has not let us down, right? There are 15 crores passport holders, and this means it's been growing, right, significantly. So with the disposable income, that has been negated with the price depreciation, what has happened over a period of time. It will continue to remain that way, and it's in the best interest of the country that the price depreciation, the way it is happening, it's very well managed, I would say, from the financial standpoint, and I think the other economic factors will balance it out. It's not to be worried about.
Yeah. So, Lokesh, I always consider that you are a social media man, but I got from your question, you are a responsible guy too.
Thank you.
So, let me tell you, the depreciation of a currency has to go hand in hand with the GDP. Okay, when the income increases, just to come down to the basics of it, when my income increases and depreciation happened, I would still take my children overseas. Why? And I don't have to give you the reason also. It's a demonstration. It has been happening from years now, decades. The depreciation of every country or some countries did happen. But you can see the figures, they're not dropping. If your question is, will it have an impact on it? It will not have impact unless it is a drastic thing that happens, something like COVID. Thank you. Any other question?
Thank you.
Any other question? Oh, yes, Shamji. Absolutely. Yeah, yeah.
On these capital, when you sell a house or something, the buyer has to deduct 1%,
yeah,
and then deposit so that they can be identified with the authorities that this.
Correct.
So even in 1%, they will still get the data.
Yeah.
The other thing was about your challenges. They will never end.
Yeah.
Because I don't think the government has to be. I wish I could meet Mr. Scindia and one day tell him, "Tum kuch bhi kar lo, tum kuch nahi kar rahe."
Absolutely.
You know, nobody understands that 12,940 passengers are born in India every day. कितने जहाज लाओगे आप?
Yeah.
I said this in Guwahati, and the aviation secretary was me कहते हमने सोचा ही नहीं है. मैंने कहा आपकी सोच ही बड़ी नहीं है. And I can tell you how the 12,000 figure comes is every minute we have 30 children born, and expecting 30% to be in the disposable income thing. 9 into 60 is 540, and 24 is 12,940. Even if you have an aircraft which carries 200 passengers, you need 64 flights a day increase.
Yeah, yeah.
ये 500 जहाज से काम नहीं चलने वाला. ना कि infrastructure airport पे है. ये embassies वाले तो रोते रहेंगे. Actually the government in abroad should, if they get this kind of potential in India,
yeah,
उनको तो अपनी embassy बंद करके consulate officer बनाना चाहिए.
Absolutely.
You know, because they also want to promote tourism,
yeah,
but they don't work toward it.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So
I have a suggestion for embassies.
ये भाई साहब आए हैं अभी इंडिगो से 500 जहाज तो इनके भरी जाने हैं, तो किराया क्यों घटाएंगे?
500 जहाज वाले तो ये बैठे हुए हैं यहाँ पे.
तो वही तो मैं कह रहा हूँ, अभी शक्ल देख के बोल रहा हूँ कि अगर आपको 9 फ्लाइटें 64 फ्लाइट्स चाहिए, अगर एक जहाज 6 फ्लाइट भी करता हो तो 10 जहाज रोज के चाहिए.
रोज के चाहिए. Yeah, correct. Got it. So, thank you.
तो फिर आप कहते हो किराया क्यों नहीं? फिर आप कहते हो किराया क्यों नहीं घटता?
This is the crux of the discussion, and you have summed it up well. Sanjay, you want to say something?
Yeah, good. I have a suggestion for the embassies, the Shenzhen embassy especially.
Yeah.
You know, when you go and visit them next, because you keep on doing that, you can tell them that they should have a call center kind of arrangement, where all the consulate office can be accommodated in one, and they can start issuing because Schengen visas are issued. So irrespective of the country, they could do
Good
that,
idea.
and that would take care of, at least, if nothing else, at least their problem of shortage of staff or something.
Sure, sure. We'll send that message across. Thank you very much. Thank you to each one of you. Your inputs are valuable, and I know a lot of work has gone into this. Thank you for being in this panel. Thank you to each one of you for sitting calmly and listening to the whole conversation. And 1:15 we complete here. Thank you very much, Ankush, for giving us up. Thank you, Vicky, and we look forward to the next one.
Thank you, Mr. Sani, to make this a very interesting session, and thanks to my panelist friends to be part of this. Guys, we break up for lunch till 2 o'clock. The lunch is ready. But you all heard about the growth and the aircrafts being added, and I don't think there's anybody better than Mr. Vinay Malhotra, Head of Global Sales for Indigo, who will be actually talking for about half an hour as a keynote speaker about the growth, what he sees in the aviation ecosystem, and especially with Indigo. There will be no Q&A with Vinay. It's more of keynote speaker. Just wanted to update. So he'll be presenting on the growth of Indigo and the aircrafts they would be adding. And followed by a session at 2:30. This is the big opportunity, tapping the Indian niche tourism market. So I have great speakers, from the wedding industry, from the events, and also from the cruise lines, Ms. Ratna Chadna, which will be obviously moderated by one of our very leading journalists, Priyanka Saxena, at 2:30. So I would request everybody to come back at 2 o'clock to hear Vinay and the story of Indigo. meal. I hope people don't sleep in the conference now because it's going to be an interesting session. As I mentioned to you before lunch, everybody has been talking about the growth of aviation. And I think there's nobody better than Vinay, who's the global head of sales at Indigo. You can't hear me? Who am I talking to? This is not working. Hello? Actually, can you, Amit, now? Can you hear me now? Cool. So I think there's nobody better than Mr. Vinay Malhotra, who's the global head of sales for Indigo, and he will obviously talk about the growth of Indigo in the next few years. Vinay especially asked the lights to be lesser because he's going to project on the screen. And there was a little technical snag downloading the presentation, so therefore this delay for about 10 minutes. But nevertheless, I would love to welcome Vinay on the stage. Vinay, over to you.
Do I need this? Yeah. They say it's the Murphy's Law. If something can go wrong, it will. And it did today. So I'm going to control the presentation somehow from here. Look here, speak here, so don't mind. The laptop is being controlled from there. So sorry for this technical glitch. Normally Indigo is known for its OTP, but you will bear with us. This was truly bad weather, we can say.
niche tourism, as I always call it, be it the destination weddings, be it events, be it sports, be it cruises. So I think I have a great panel here in front of you, people who have been doing this for years now, and they'll obviously talk to you about their experiences and how to manage the niche tourism, which I think is something here to grow as we move forward. So to do the same, I would request my friend and a very senior editor in the industry, and her name is Priyanka Saxena, who's the founder editor for Business of Travel Trade, and she is the moderator for today's session. I would love to introduce the other four panelists, but I will let Priyanka do that, and I'll come back in the end for my vote of thanks. Thanks, Priyanka.
Tourism. India, with its fast-growing middle class and evolving consumer preferences, has emerged as a significant player in the global outbound tourism landscape. The Indian tourists, with their unique taste and cultural nuances, presents a vast untapped market for global tourism providers. From cruise holidays to destination weddings, the Indian consumer is increasingly seeking unique personalized experiences, marking a shift from traditional tourism norms. Indian travelers are no longer just sightseers. They are explorers, seeking unique, personalized experiences. They are embracing the world through niche tourism. In the grand tapestry of global tourism, Indian travelers are weaving their own unique patterns. They are the new age globetrotters, seeking not just to visit, but to immerse themselves in the essence of each destination. This shift is evident in their pursuit of niche tourism. Be it the tranquil allure of a luxury cruise, the adrenal rush of adventure sports, or the enchanting charm of a destination wedding, they are embracing these experiences with an open heart and a curious mind. Ladies and gentlemen, Indian travelers today are not just crossing borders, they are blurring them, turning the globe into their playground and in the process, redefining the contours of tourism industry. Today, we have a privilege of hosting a panel of distinguished experts who will share their insights on this exciting opportunity. We have with us the head of a leading cruise company, an esteemed wedding planner, and two wedding management and event consultants. Each of them brings a wealth of experience and a unique perspective on how to cater and capitalize on the Indian outbound tourism market. So without further ado, let me call them on stage. The chairperson and founder of Tirun, she has been at the helm of introducing various global travel products and pioneered the concept of cruise vacations in India over the past 2 decades. As an entrepreneur who is today an established industry veteran, she has harnessed her innate business growth abilities to change the way India vacations. She is the member of Cruise Tourism India Task Force, member of CII Committee, and chairperson of India Cruise Lines Association. May I please invite on stage Mrs. Ratna Chadha. Foreign wedding planners is the answer to Indians across the world who want the perfectly customized and hassle-free destination wedding or any other celebration abroad or in India. They provide tailor-made solutions to their clients with 100% customized option to shape an event just as the family desires. May I please call on stage Ms. Neha Mehrotra. Wedding Line is amongst the leading wedding management and consulting companies in India, having handled celebrations and milestone events, and has a clientele most desire. The company has been associated with some of the leading weddings India has ever seen over the years for celebrities, business families, and corporate giants. The man behind it, Chetan Vora, is a known face across industry platforms and mentors a large group of professionals and students who have made weddings and events a career. May I please call on stage Mr. Chetan Vora. GCE, Gaurav Chauhan Events, is a young spirited company with an enthusiasm of achieving the best at their best. The team is an amalgamation of software engineer, MBA professionals, and architect designer. A highly motivated bunch of young people, they have done events for various renowned companies and socialites. May I please call on stage the man behind it all, Mr. Gaurav Chauhan. A very warm welcome to our panelists. Since I am moderating this session and being a woman, let us start with, we'll have ladies first answer this one. So my first question to the panelists, in the post-COVID era, how have you seen the consumers evolve, especially given their preferences, their demands? What shift have you seen? And may we start with Ratna ma'am, please?
Hi, thank you so much, and a very good afternoon. Of course, we see quite a few of you and not so few of you as well, but I guess they're all on YouTube. Thank you for this opportunity. And to answer your question, I think it's not a question of pre and post pandemic anymore. I feel that people's mindsets have changed. Of course, COVID has taught us a lot, and therefore we've graduated now to, let's say, focus on our life and our well-being and our loved ones more so than we were in the past. We've kind of realized that running that rat race is not going to help us in the end, because very soon the race will remain and you won't. So it's just a mindset shift. And to bring to, let's say, focus something that we should have realized long ago. Today we are talking about green revolution and net zero carbon footprint and all of that, which is really good, because we are the first generation that's been affected by this, and we will be the last. There's nothing beyond, it wasn't realized before us, or the impact was not there. And if we don't correct ourselves, the impact is, there'll be nothing left of the next generation. So I think it's, again, bringing focus to our lives. So people have realized that time is the only perishable, and that they need to consume that. It's not money or anything else that we are running after, it's the time. And we need to spend that time fruitfully, looking at opportunities, spending it with our near and dear ones, and making the best of life that we have. Also, the other point that I would like to bring out is that services like ours, especially in the cruise business, and if I can say that for the weddings as well, we are not niche. We are not stuck in a alcove. We are the largest, probably the largest service that anyone can use. It's just that the category, okay, wedding has been there, weddings have been there for many, many years, and of course my co-panelists who are much more enlightened on this subject will talk about it. But the cruise service has been there for many years. It's just that India hasn't embraced it. So how do we become niche? And if we keep talking about niche, then we will give the wrong connotation to our customers to say that this is expensive, it's luxurious, it's, meant for a smaller segment. It's not. A cruise, like a hotel, has different segments, has different categories that one can embrace. And like I keep saying, that aspirations are not the prerogative of the rich and the famous. It wasn't. It's for everybody who wants to aspire to experience that product. And there are different segments. So, like I said, it's an open-ended case. Like you have hotels. Hotels are not niche. Yeah, you can have luxury hotels and you can have 3-star, 4-star. The stars are anyway redundant in this day and age when we are looking at more sustainable kind of businesses. So let's get out of this niche and try and then, put ourselves out there for people to embrace us. Only then will mindsets change. So post-COVID, people have become more adventurous, just to answer the question. They want exclusivity. They want to travel in bubbles, maybe so to speak, to say that they want exclusivity with the people, the friends and the family that they are traveling with. I think the same holds good for things like the weddings, because there are more buyouts and people want that, the environment created just for them exclusively. And money, I mean, expenses and all of that is not a priority anymore as it used to be. In any case, in India, if you ask anyone, what's your budget? The question is, aap batao hame kya hai? Which means that I want the lowest, but I want the best, but I want to pay the least. Aise nahi hota. And I think people have realized that post-COVID. So, thank you.
I think Ratna ma'am has summed it up for all of us, but just to add to a couple of points, like what Ratna ji said, I would agree that there is not, it's not the matter of pre or post pandemic. I think it's more about the fact that, there has been a lot of development as such in the tourism industry, be it digitalization, or you talk about technology, that has advanced. You talk about taking initiative, the awareness, and all those factors have contributed, what I feel, to at least the destination wedding industry that has suddenly, it's on an all-time boom. And in my opinion, that is primarily the reason why most of the people are now trying to look for smaller but more effective, destination countries, places where they wouldn't have experimented before. They are wanting more adventurous and more experimentative places, more intimate setup. So probably countries that need not be commercially a very big name. Places like maybe a Fujairah or maybe a Baku. These small places and all are also coming up in a very big way. Vietnam is doing so much business now, with the destination weddings. And similarly, there are many other places. So I feel that is the major reason why the industry is booming at the moment.
I think one of the biggest things, realization post-COVID, has been the self-realization that every human being on this planet goes through. And in the wedding industry, we saw 1,000 people, 2,000 people. This was a mela that would happen. And most of us have grown our companies basis on that mela that used to happen. Came COVID, came restrictions. We were one of the first industries to thankfully bounce back. But with a lot of guidelines, 100 people, you can't do more than that. We all went into a complete disease, saying, how's it going to happen? We don't know. Each of us had staff which was more than 100 people in our company. We didn't know what to do with it. And then we realized that you could do events which were far more qualitative than quantitative. And that's exactly what I'd like to pitch here today, is that, there's been a realization. The spends have changed from people to say that I don't mind, again, like Ratna ji said, money is not the issue with most people who want to either go out to travel or they want to have a celebration. Money is not, it's an emotional spend. You want to do something, you will go ahead and do it. But what's happened is that rather than taking an entire jungad of people, 500, 700, 800, because that's what used to happen, people have started taking 100, 150, 200, and those are very healthy numbers that exist even today. Today, there are no restrictions anywhere in the world. Hotels come back, destinations come back and tell us, bring more people. But the qualitative client today is going out. He doesn't mind spending on self-consumption. He wants better food. He wants you to bring in a Michelin star chef. He wants you to bring in designers who can possibly offer clothes at a certain discount to all his guests. Entertainers have gone up, so we've had multiple meetings with all kinds of entertainers today. I'm surprised at the kind of emails that we get back from Hollywood artists or Grammy Award winners. Everyone's wanting to tap into something called the big fat Indian wedding. And I keep telling them it's no longer fat. I mean, we went on a diet and we've come back really healthy, and we'd like to stay that way. So I think quality over quantity is the one big takeout post-COVID.
First of all, I would say that this post-COVID era will remain forever now. This is such a common natural event that happened with everyone that we will be in post-COVID era forever. But yes, considering the COVID days, now things are much better, and we are a little too far from COVID days now. So there were time, and the entire industry, all the industry in fact, were in the pull strategy. They were keeping it down, and there was a lot of boom there. Yes, as Chetan has addressed that now it is all-time boom, and I guess Neha also mentioned this. But from a consumer perspective, yes, things have gone little too intimate, and smaller gatherings and destination are being chosen, seeing the safety and other soft touches. But if we talk about the other side of the table, those are hotels and all those businessmen who have kept calm in those 2-3 years or in those 2-3 waves. Now they have gone crazy up. The hotels are charging probably, 2.53 crores just for 100 rooms or 150 rooms, what they have been charging half of it before COVID. So this is a normal scenario which any industry would come up with. It's a pull, now it's a push time. So people are finding it really hard, Indians specifically, to pay taxes as well and pay so much what they used to have a complete budget of the wedding. Now they're just spending on the hotel only. So we as planners and we as the industry people are bound to give them options which are outside India, and they would have an international tag, plus there are a lot of relaxation of taxes, and you will get a much beautiful places as compared to India, barring Udaipur and Goa. So this is what I'm saying about post-COVID era, that we will be in post-COVID era forever. Let's say if we are happily discussing this in 2050, even then we will be saying, okay, we are in post-COVID era, because this has happened on such a large scale.
Thank you. So some of the key points that we've taken from here is more adventurous, exclusivity, lots of technological developments, smaller destination, experimentative, qualitative events, and intimate gatherings. Having said that, so we have, now that we've established that the travelers have evolved, how have each one of you individually in your organization upped the game? You know, how have you raised your bar to meet these challenges? What changes have you done within your organization to meet them? If we can start with Chetan.
So, you know, when the pie shifts or it changes the nature, you have to change alongside. You don't have a choice. I think we as an organization, like the gentleman from Indigo was showing us, you know, they've got a global network. Today, the kind of places that people want to travel to, the kind of knowledge they expect you to understand, it's not possible to have furnished all of that in the last 1.5, 2 years that we are now out of this post-COVID era. We've actually got into a very, very comprehensive partnership with multiple people. We rely very heavily on partners from the trade. Ratna Ji and me have spoken on multiple times. We've done a few fantastic events on her ship. I have Ankush here from Nijavan Group. We've been talking exclusively. So, we rely very heavily on partners like you, Ankush, to come back to us and educate us and educate our clients. That insecurity that this is my client and if I give it out to the universe in this room, I will lose that, is no longer prevalent anymore. So we as an organization have actually dropped those shackles, dropped those insecurities, embraced ourselves as looking at ourselves that we can possibly say that if it's something like Almaty, for example, I haven't been there, I don't know it, but the guy wants an answer by 5 o'clock this evening. It's not possible for me to go, but then I'm happy to pick up the phone on Ankush and say, can somebody from your team come and meet up with us and come with me as partners? And we and clients have started appreciating that. They've started getting up and saying no longer that we're not just relying on Google and relying on various tech to give it to us. It's a real side thing. So we have, to answer your question, looked at a global network of people, looked at global thing, and even the last mile execution. If it's 50 people going out for a wedding, sometimes it doesn't make sense to fly out 20 people to go and execute the 50 people. Right. We did something in Vienna. We had one person from my team who traveled with them. That was also just for comfort, to make sure from our eyes that there was a local team from Vienna that I had met at a conference in Sri Lanka. They backed us up. They went ahead and did it. And today we've signed a deal with them where we exchange ideas. I send them wedding designs from Indian weddings. They send me a lot of international stuff. I have a meeting this evening with a client. It's called the International Design Symposium. And we are now working back with multiple people across. So rather than picking up somebody's Pinterest or Instagram and taking stuff out, we can put them real time with customers. So I think that's been the big change from our side.
Thank you. Neha?
I think that, like Chetan rightly said, collaboration has really helped, of course. Apart from that, I think people have realized the value of time, the value of giving the right, the right channel, the correct amount of time, effort, and energy. They are aware about the fact that there's no point in beating around the bush. The fact of that, today you are there and tomorrow you may not be there, or there might be another situation. I think that is still embedded very deep in everyone's mind, which is why I feel the customers today are very well aware about what they want. They do their research, they do their proper study, their homework before coming to you. And to up our game, like you said, we have to be, running parallelly, basis what they are thinking, what the customer is thinking. So I think, doing our research, actually broadening our horizons in terms of, what the customers really want nowadays, and in terms of collaboration, like Chetan rightly said, I think this would be, the exact thing what we would like to imbibe, and we are already doing that, because otherwise, what post and pre-pandemic era has seen, that has taught us at least, to accept newer advancements and developments, in order to stay afloat and even to survive, to be very honest.
Thank you. Thank you. Gaurav, may we hear from you?
Talking about how to up the game, post-COVID, we have come up with more personal touches. See, wedding has always been about personal touches, but now it has become more than ever. So there are a lot of things which we, besides entertainment, sound light, decor, and the venue, obviously, and the food, there are a lot of soft touches which a guest experiences once he reaches or she reaches at the very moment one boards out the plane or even the chartered plane. So there are a lot of personal touches. If I start commenting on it, it will be too long a session. And after that, we have very flexible cancellation policies now, because now nobody knows that when the next wave would come. And just like hotels, we have a cancellation adjustment policy which we have reduced, which was never earlier. And the time is the main thing now. As Chetan has just said, that a person needs revert right by EOD. So that is not possible when we need to see the venue, when we need to see the renovation that has been done in a venue post-COVID, because COVID has been a good chance for all the hotels to renovate their properties. So now there have been a couple of apps which has been introduced, which has a real time, or one can see the high resolution virtual recce of the hotel, including the venues. There has been virtual recce's earlier of the property, but there was no virtual recce of the venues, like a banquet hall, what is the ceiling height, what are the dimensions, and a virtual setup as well for like 3-4 sample setups. So that has been really help to us. So when a client reaches out to us and he or she wants us to demonstrate something on a venue which we have not seen, so it's very helpful for us to see that website or app and get a Zoom call with the client and explain the things as prepared. Thanks.
Thank you. Ratna ma'am?
Yes. So I just want to step back a little bit from what Chetan said. I was talking to my principals and telling them that I'm looking at doing an intimate Indian wedding for my daughter, and they said, "What's that?" So so things have changed. Okay, so coming back to the question, our game was always up. We haven't upped it now. It was always up. We've just changed the way we function, I think. Okay, and collaboration is one of those which my fellow panelists have alluded to already. This fear, okay, tumhara client, somebody is going to take away and run and all of that is all in our fear in our minds. It never happens. If you collaborate, you get the best of the best. Just look at the scenario. If you're going to be running after doing something that you're not a specialist in, then who's going to do your job that you specialize in? So why don't we collaborate with partners and make sure that we are giving the client value? And there's enough, you can work out the economics of it, and nobody is going to run with anybody, because that trust is the first thing that holds us together. And I think we've got to be, as a community, more trusting. I've been in this in the travel industry for 50 years now. The only thing that's missing is this trust. We have this fear in our mind that somebody's going to run away with our passengers. Travel agents don't give names, they don't give passport details, they don't give information about their passengers. I don't know why. In this day and age when technology has taken us to where we are, and if you are confident that you are offering the value quotient, nobody's going to run away with your passenger. And like I said, information has to be at our fingertips, because time is of essence. People need their responses. It can only happen if you collaborate. That's number one. Two, we always had offbeat destinations, but I think that's come into focus a lot more now. People want to do things differently. So they want to travel to the Galapagos, they want to travel to the Arctic, they want to see the Antarctic before it fades away and there is no iceberg there. So I think these things have now come into the fore. As service providers, all of us here need to show value. It's not the expense, like I said earlier, it's the value quotient that we need to play on. And I think the clients are pretty savvy, they are quite smart, and they understand. And again, that can only happen if you're collaborating. This copy-paste business is over. I hope we realize this. It's passé. Let's get original, let's get authentic, and let's show them that we mean business, because we are bringing something new, and that's why they are looking at us. Otherwise, they can go Google and do whatever they have to on their own. That's why they're looking at us, because they need our expert advice. Can you imagine 10 heads are better than one? That's why Ravan made it to whatever he did. So let's get there and let's start collaborating with our partners.
Thank you so much for your input, ma'am. Well, since we are live streaming as well, and we're talking about collaborations, we've got 4 experts sitting here. Can you share one advice, one piece of advice which you would like to give to the larger travel community, particularly to the travel agents and tour operators in the tier 2 and tier 3 cities? And maybe start with Gaurav this time, please.
Advice for tier 2 and tier 3 would be to collaborate more with local vendors. and local vendors, not for logistics, not for any other things, but yes, for the cultural nuances as well. Because Indian wedding industry, see, a corporate event and a wedding is only different because of its emotion. Otherwise, there is no difference. Even the MICE events have like pretty buyout 300 rooms, 400 rooms, and so is the wedding. But there is a difference, which is a ritual, which a wedding takes it different from a corporate event. So to understand the cultural nuances, we have to collaborate with the local vendors, whichever destination you are aiming at. And then things can be much easier for the tier 2, tier 3 cities.
Thank you. Neha?
I think, yes, collaboration, of course, is extremely important. Of course, the ease of travel is also something that one needs to see, because there are a lot of solo travelers now. Travel is happening for various reasons. Like, I would say outbound tourism has, taken various different shapes. There are wellness travel, there are sport travels, there is destination weddings. So, I mean, there are different segments involved also. So, probably looking at diversifying and actually realizing that what exactly does the customer want, and if you can actually target at that, then it will be a little easier, and the customer would probably be, expecting that in any case.
Thank you. Ratna ma'am?
So we need to learn from the tier 2, tier 3 cities. It's not the other way around. And that's because those guys are in a global setup like we are. They are also doing businesses with global collaborations. Their cost of living is probably less than what it is in the metros. So as far as the wealth is concerned, I think they are in a much better place. And because they are in tier 2, tier 3 cities and hungry and wanting to do things, the same way as anybody, as their counterparts in the metros, and probably even better because they have the means to do it, they get the information before any of us do. They know exactly what they want. They know how they're going to do it. At best, they're asking us for facilitating that entire, their thought process. And that's where we come in. So we've got a lot to learn from them. And actually, if you see from the aviation presentation that was made, and in fact, I was at TAI in Colombo recently, it's the tier 2, tier 3 cities that are fueling our airports, not the metros. It's them that is giving the impetus to the airlines, not the metros, because we've reached that saturation point already. And these guys who've been devoid and have been bereft of the facilities are now beginning to see the benefit. So if you look at the 78 airports or that 140 that they're going to, it's not the metros that they are coming up in. It's in these tier 2, tier 3 cities. And they are connecting the dots to the last mile now. Because we've got to look at, and we've seen during COVID, probably we've learned that our domestic fabric is far greater than any international travel can help. We've seen that. We've all actually survived in this industry, and how bad was the industry, I don't need to say that. I don't need to allude to it. So really, it's our own domestic fabric that has kept us alive, and we are now reviving on the basis of that. The other aspect is that people have realized, I think, during COVID, they will do their one long haul travel, but it's going to be more frequent and smaller, shorter duration travels within the country. And that has come from not just the tier 2, tier 3, I think even the metros. So driving distances from your city, local joints where you can again, local places where you can again take your family and spend that weekend or a long weekend. I think we'll see more, we are already seeing more of it. And in fact, a hotelier, I was talking to somebody, and he said that he's going to have a hotel at every 4 kilometers on the highway. Every 4 kilometers on the highway. This is an international brand. They must have seen something. So it's the, connecting the dots, like I said again. And I think the whole country now needs to come together, because there is a lot that we have within the country for our own people. Also, you've seen that outbound travel far, far exceeds inbound travel. We know that. I don't need to give you the figures. And that's because India is a source market for most of these countries. So why can't we be a source market to ourselves? So I don't need to say anymore. I think you guys are wise enough to know.
Thank you, ma'am.
So, not at the cost of repeating what the fellow panelists have said, but the customer spotlight has clearly shifted to the tier 2, tier 3 towns. We started getting far more inquiries from places like that, Muzaffarnagar, Meerut, down to Kanpur, down to various other places, not just up north, but even down south. I think for those of you listening in, I think it's very important that you also realize what you are capable of doing. The fact is, if I take a home scenario, we all have a driver and we all have a cook. If one day the driver is not available, I'm not going to give my car keys to my cook and say, Gadi chala lo, and I'm not going to give the driver permission to come into the kitchen and make me lunch or dinner. The point I'm making is that, we all after COVID have heard two big points. One is a word called pivot and the other is change. Everyone has wanted to say you must pivot your business. That pivot has become the biggest khichdi in everybody's minds. Everybody's got up and realized that, oh, if I'm a travel agent, I am also an event planner, I am also a destination expert, I can do everything. The fact is, we all cannot do everything. I mean, that's the point. So the point I'm making is that I would love, today I have 6 offices, I would love to have 78 in all the small towns that we're talking about. Just like Indigo, I'm very happy to open 78 offices. I don't have the time to do it, but yes, if you want to come and become a wedding planner or an event planner, you want to learn to do destiny, you have the market. The customers are sitting there. But rather than trying to do it in a bad way, I think I can speak for everybody across the wedding industry at least. We are all open to partnerships. We are all open to sitting down, and I've had queries from Guwahati. I've had people to come in and say that, my father wants to set up a business for me. Can I come in? I said, you can come and do it. I don't need your money right now. First come in and learn the business. And after that, you go back. Because please understand, it is your customer in those smaller towns who are now spending the money, who are traveling, who are doing all of that. So rather than saying, main sab kuch kar sakta hu, I will do it all for you, no problem. That master of all trades is stopped now. People are looking at professionals because everything is available on this. So that's what you need to be well aware of. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very well thoughts established. And since we've spent an eventful day talking about outbound tourism and how it is the big thing happening from India, so may I ask you to please list the top 2 challenges that you foresee in tapping into the Indian niche tourism market, and how do you feel they can be addressed? And we'll start with you, Ratna ma'am.
It's not a challenge. I think it's an opportunity. So let's again do a mindset change. I keep saying this, that India is not a country. She's a mindset. Let's adjust ours to make sure that she gets what she deserves and we get our share of it. So again, I don't think that we need to address anything. India today, as we've seen, is going to be the 3rd largest country as far as the economy is concerned. We are looking at the Prime Minister, our Honorable Prime Minister said many times that we are looking at 5 billion or, the economy in the next couple of years. Tourism contributes 10% to the GDP. We all know that. We contribute 11.9% to employment. Okay, it's an industry to reckon with. It's different. It's a different story that we are not recognized as an industry by the state, and that we have to, by the center, and we have to keep going to states to get that recognition. But I think sooner or later we are getting there. All of us as an industry need to project ourselves, just like manufacturing and automobiles and your IT, where people were given incentives to grow the industry. I think we need to. It's a startup again. Post-COVID is a startup again, and we have to. The government needs to consider us in that sphere and give us the impetus. We are not asking for dole outs and monies. We all know that we got nothing during COVID, but we need SOPs, we need policy changes, we need things that can help us eventually as an industry. So it's more an opportunity, because I think for our category, especially the cruise category, we are really at the base level, and for various reasons I'm not getting into that. But the fact is that it's the fabric, the market exists, and we need to tap into it. And all of us need to do it collectively, whether it's through adventure tourism, whether it's through weddings, whether it's through exclusive tours, or whether it's through domestic cruises. I think we all collectively need to get that marketing information out to our industry. And I'll just give you an example. Look what Thailand has done. After COVID, they have got a marketing plan, and I think most of you already know about it, but I'll just repeat myself. It rests on 5 pillars, the 5 Fs, okay? And they have clearly demarcated what those 5 Fs are: film, food, festival, fight, and fashion. And their marketing program is geared towards these 5 Fs, both in the international and domestic market. हमारा तो कोई marketing है ही नहीं. What are we doing? The government cannot help us everywhere. We've got to help ourselves. So as an industry, we need to come together, maybe pool our resources, and now that we are all in the revival phase, and get our industry partners to also help us and put that out. If we are saying India is the largest market, then why aren't we out there screaming about it? Why are people still running abroad and paying TCS and paying GST and paying all of that? Apne country mein karo, kuch bhi nahi hai. And it's not as if people don't have the money. If we don't have time to sell, they will not buy. Very simple. Jo dikhta hai, wo bikta hai. Seedhi baat. So I think that it's all very good to have these forums and all of that, but I think what we need to do is to come up with a plan and say this is how we are going to institute it, and get people from the various industry associations to come together and have this robust marketing plan, both for your domestic, which is affordable right now, and most of it can be online, and do the same in selected markets internationally. Let's not go after everything. Let's focus and try and get what the lowest hanging fruit first. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Chetan, maybe hear from you.
It's like telling the student to speak after the principal of the school has already spoken, but fair enough.
Tell me about it. I'm moderating the principal.
That's because I just had the first lead.
Yeah, I think she said it right in terms of the way it is. You know, the one thing I'll tell you from I keep telling a lot of our clients is that when you travel, you're not shifting base. This whole thing, when they come and tell us that you're taking me to Austria, but wahan pe Indian khana hona chahiye, or you have to get up and do that. You know, I think as Indians, we also have to educate our people to get up and say that you're going for a short burst of time. No one's asking you to take your Janam Patris and everything with you and go there, because you're not going to go. You are coming back. 100% you're coming back. You know, you've got now, I don't know how many billion people here. We go when we come back. So I think the one challenge I face is that today, while we are very robust about a growing economy and growing segments, and we want to go out, for a minute, just turn around and look at the other person. How do they look at us? How do they look at the Indian traveler today? Is not welcomed in most places. We are all in the business because we're making money, and therefore we are trying to do this. But for a minute, also understand what the world is going to do. I don't mean to be, I don't want to stir any controversies here, but the Chinese traveler, and Ratna ji, you're from a cruise liner, but there are cruise liners today that are only Chinese. Why? Because they come to fists with each other when dinner and lunch is served, because their food etiquette is very, very different. So they don't want other nationalities on those cruises. And we've had that with multiple places. Galti se, I know somebody who went on to a cruise liner. It was a Chinese only, and they called up the cruise line and said, "What's going on? People are fighting for food." They said, "Oh my God, are you on a Chinese cruise line? You need to get off. We'll get you off at the next port and get you out." Like them today, the Indians unfortunately are becoming like that. Multiple tourism boards actually turn around and say, "Oh, Indian wedding, okay, but will your guys behave? Will they get drunk and will they have fights? Will there be issues on that?" And that, I think, as very conscious stakeholders of the travel trade industry, we also have to understand that select who you represent very carefully and guide them in terms of what the do's and the don'ts are. When we do work in the GCC countries especially, we're very clear with everyone who goes. You get a document to say this is what their local systems are. And sometimes we just put it out, saying that please do not argue. The bar will shut at 12 o'clock at night because that's a local rule. But we've had people who've come back and, oh, the police, अरे उनको बुलाओ, वो नहीं जानते मैं कौन हूँ. You know, आप Greater Kailash के हलवाई होगे Greater Kailash में. In Bahrain or anywhere else, you're not. Nobody cares. He says, no problem, come with us, we'll go inside and talk. And that's a big issue. So I think we have to look at that as one big challenge that I would feel that we also need to educate ourselves and our customers about the global image of this growing India. We are just a rising economy right now. Let's not kill it before we've risen.
Thank you so much. Those are good points. Gaurav, maybe hear your views on it?
See, as per me, there is no fun spending money inside our own country. So when we talk about outbound, yes, we are spending our money outside India, but our main focus side by side should be that people from outside India, foreign nationals, should be coming to India and spending their money. That's how the GDP would increase or the INR status would increase as compared to dollar. And Thailand, Bali, or even these UAE cities or countries, they are very welcoming to Indians. As far as no visas, no difficult visas are there. But when we talk about Schengen, when we talk about Switzerland, when we talk about a Europe country, things are very different. So let's say we have a wedding of 400 people and the client has organized all the visas and everything for those people. But yes, around 600 to 700 manpower will be going from India to cater those people who have Indian like ritual nuances, who have Indian food specifics. So all those manpower for 700 people from here, we as wedding planners, all those special vendors, we need to apply visas probably for double the manpower, because we know at the end of the day, around 50% or 60% visas would be rejected. So I don't know who are the correct or the authorized authorities are, but we have to we have to open some special kiosk or windows for wedding specific travelers. Because when we are going somewhere to take up everything, and as my fellow panelists have said, that if a specialized person is not available, we cannot give any XYZ person to do that job. Right. So if we have planned around 50-55 people to do a common task on a day of Mehndi, let's say, and if that team is short of 10 or 15 people, we are actually nowhere. This is a very embarrassing situation. So, and we are going to your country, let's say we are talking about Switzerland, we are going to your country, we are coming there, so we should be welcoming about that. We should not have a lot of obstacles that, let's say wedding is on 11th and on 9th we are getting rejections. So that's very, very tough. So if we would like to increase our like global, what do you say, commercials, then we have to check out these obstacles that we face whenever we go to Schengen or such kind of places. Thank you.
Thank you for your thoughts. Neha, we're going to change your talk. You want to talk about the challenge? All right.
So I'll just add on to some points. I think our esteemed panelists have actually said a lot, which makes the right sense. I'll add to what Chetan has to say, that it's so important that we keep the fact and the respect of India and understand that exactly where we are coming from when we are traveling and when we expect people like us to actually provide a destination. It's very important to keep those things in mind and not try and create a mini India everywhere. Things like dhol bajwa do airport ke bahar, alcohol in the transportation to the hotel, en route to the hotel, all those things, and many other for that matter, not understanding time limitations and the restrictions by various hotels and different customs of various countries. I think that is a very important factor, which also makes us evaluate our client before we take them up. So that also restricts us, in terms of the business that we take up. And, we are also very careful about it because it gets very embarrassing. You can't handle a situation like that when it actually starts occurring. They do expect flexibility. 12 baje tak music chal raha hai, Punjabi music blaring across, no matter who, whether it's a buyout or not. These things get very embarrassing. These are our traditions. It happens in India, but it cannot happen in any other country. And I think you all must have seen it. Apart from that, I feel that there is one more factor of, small things like getting the visas of various countries. If you're doing, say, you're trying to get a Shenzhen visa. I mean, we all know what a nightmare it is. Yeah, what kind of documentation is needed? How many times you're not even sure whether who will land, half the guests will be gone, your manpower will be gone. And small things like whether we are allowed to take jewelry abroad. I'm talking purely from the wedding perspective. These things matter. And because we are not able to address it, even today, I think this point, Chetan, correct me if I'm wrong, 10 years back also we were raising the same point, that, we really don't know that when we are taking wedding tourists from India, whether what is the right process to carry basic things like jewelry, engagement ring, yeah? I mean, all those little stuff, it adds on, and, it hampers our decision to, take up a business and take our customers abroad.
Thank you so much. And you keep your mic on because I'm going to just wind this up with final thoughts, and we'll start from you. We've touched upon some very important topics. We've talked about the trends. We've talked about the challenges. We've talked about how each one of you have upped your game. And the day has also been all about, growing outbound tourism from India. And since ours is the last session, this is the last question. So final thoughts on, if there's a success story that you want to share, or your final thoughts, and where do you see outbound from India, let's say next 5 years, how is the growth potential? Just generally, your final thoughts on the entire topic on outbound tourism from India, especially in light of niche tourism.
So like I began by saying that I feel that the smaller countries, are doing fabulously well and are in huge demand. We get a lot of customers today are asking for unexplored areas, They are asking for places which are untouched, unexplored, adventurous, experimentative. So people are wanting to do it, very sensibly, and they have demands which are more towards quality rather than quantity. So they are happy getting a better experience in some lone farmland.
Right.
No, just to give you an Indian example,
sure.
Like Ratnaji said that, people are very happy traveling nearby 4 hours away or 3 hours away over the weekend, and they're very, very satisfied doing that. As a result, there are very different kind of hospitality, options that we get. Apart from hotels and resort, we are doing well for farms, homestays.
Right.
Yeah, we are doing well, in different kind of living, So what I'm trying to hint here is that what people are looking at is an experience, which gives them something which is totally different than what they're getting. They're very well aware about what to expect. They do their own research. Of course, Google is the Baba of all. So they come to us with a very, very clear mind that this is what I need, this is the money I have, and this is what I must get. So I think digitalization and all has also helped. Agar aap nahi karoge to koi aur karega. So you have to constantly evolve yourself. You have to constantly try to meet up with their demands, that what are they thinking, what is the customer thinking, and what kind of end result are they expecting out of you. How can you make a difference, to giving them a platform which probably nobody else offers, or, makes it newer for them, right? Because in this pandemic, I mean, I think you guys will agree with me, there have been a lot more of these companies and newbies and people who have suddenly risen up to the fact that hum bhi planner hain. They all, I mean, there's a sudden burst of, service providers. They may not be experts, but then they are there. And then they're also offering competition, which may not really be apt, but by the time the customer realizes it, it's a little too late. So, I mean, what I'm trying to say is that trying to make a difference by keeping up with the competition, keeping in mind that the customer is aware today, they have the intelligence and the means to actually find out about what exactly they need. They are highly aware about what's going on. I think this is something that we all will have to keep in mind.
Thank you, Neha. Ratna ma'am, may we have your final thoughts on the topic, please?
So the question was, how have you reached where you are right now?
No,
basically.
Your final thought, your final thoughts on the topic.
Okay.
On outbound tourism, where do you see it 5 years from now? What, any success story you want to share? Basically, just rounding off.
Yeah. Okay. So I think each one of us has our own little successes to talk about. That's why we are here, I guess. That's number one. Number two, outbound travel ain't going anywhere because people still have the desire to explore different destinations, see different things. And I think what has happened, like I said earlier, that the opportunities are there now for shorter duration, frequent holidays or breakaways within the country, and that one long haul or two long haul maybe during the winter and the summer break, which is the peak time, that will continue. And that's why we need that, because that's where we get our 80% of our revenue from. As you will also learn from the airlines, that 80% of the revenue comes from that 20% of international travel, and the balance comes, of course, from domestic. So that's not going to go anywhere. And Indians are, I think, adventurous, are getting more adventurous. Yes, they want their home away from home, their Indian khana and all of that. They think that they're shifting their home from here to wherever they are going. I think, but that will probably change, sooner than later. Like we have a younger median age of people, you have 69% or 70% are of that age bracket. And I think they are more, adventurous and want to explore different things. Yeah, but they will. The Chinese want their noodles after the third day. The Yanks want their ketchup after the third day and their fries. So what's wrong with us asking for our dal chawal, right? But let me tell you, because Indians are getting more savvy and are spending, and our per diem spend is now far exceeding some of the erstwhile top tier countries. People, service providers are adapting to our ways of vacationing. However, this business ke band baja barat chalta rahega 12 baje tak, all that is not going to happen. Indians think, and being an Indian, and I'm saying this without any pride, that ek bari paise de diya to we bought the world. Aise nahi chalta. Outside nobody cares. And we've got to be mindful as service providers in telling them and explaining to them. I guess we all do it, but they just probably don't listen. Now we've started getting declarations signed by them, because this is a big no-no on our ships. A big no-no. It's not like a hotel. You find a niche or a corner somewhere or chale gaye. The whole ship is there, and if it's not a buyout, then really clearly you have no business to spoil somebody else's holiday. Agar tumne utna paisa diya to usme raho. Why are you spreading yourself more than you need to? And that becomes a little, not a little, it's very embarrassing for service providers like us, and I guess for them, because people just don't listen. They think if they have the money, money talks, right? So I think, in all this, there are challenges, but the opportunities are huge, and India is not going to stop traveling.
Thank you, ma'am. Gaurav, maybe hear from you.
I'll take a few minutes to explain this. Basically, success story is okay, but I want to mention the reason that why that experience of having an outbound destination was a success. So comparing, there was an event at Prague. So that did not happen very conveniently because of the visas. And cut to, there was an event in Thailand, JW, Macau, Phuket. So that went fantabulously, conveniently, comfortably. It was great. And because of 2-3 main reasons. First of all, there was a Indian specific staff. I'm not talking about the Thailand national who speaks Hindi or understands Indian nuances. There was an Indian staff deployed in Thailand. And there was Indian chef who has expertise in making Marwadi khanas, making lal mas. So Indian chef working there, and he's been training Thai staff about these nuances. So when our entire clientele went there, around 225 people were there. So they all were amazed, and they all went like home away from home. It's not wrong to expect something which we have every day, which we eat every day. There's nothing wrong to expect the same in weddings. So there was a different comfort level of the client, and obviously we got a few more weddings and few more business from there as well. So the main reason of a success story is the destination is already evolved and is very comfortably placing business for Indian travelers. And this is not happening in other countries. And talking about Malaysia, that's a new country or continent that is coming up. We just went to a wedding travel show which happened in Udaipur last month. It was completely hosted by Malaysian tourism. And now they're again doing a Malaysian wedding planner conclave, which is happening in September. That is again happening in Malaysia. They've called us and it's been completely hosted. So they're actually investing money to call the planners and call the key members to experience their properties and then to pitch in India. And that's how the business works. So this is very important. Success stories is not only dependent on the team that you're working with, Indian team. It is completely depending and partially dependent on the team we are working in that country as well.
Thanks, Gaurav. Chetan, you can have the final word.
You know, a lot of us have, I'm sure those who are sitting here from the morning have continuously heard how we are going to be the fastest growing economy and amongst the top 3 already, and our population is growing. We're not the only ones, and we don't have these consultants, whether it's Nangia Anderson or whoever else, who've done these things. But the fact is that the world is watching. And when the world is watching, please understand there are more and more countries that are going to reach out to us. There are going to be more airlines, there are going to be more hotels, there are going to be more agents, there are going to be more planners, there are going to be more DMCs. Everybody is going to want that piece of pie. And the only 3 words that I have to say to all of us is let's get ready, because I think there are good times ahead, but let's get ready. Thank you.
Thank you so much, panelists, for sharing your thoughts, and like Chetan said, and wonderfully penned, let's all get ready for a robust outbound tourism from India. We look forward to some good times and some good traveling. Thank you. Any questions? Can I ask them? Or I think we've already exceeded time.
Please go ahead.
So that means good. We fairly answered all their questions and queries. Thank you, everyone. You've been a wonderful audience. Thank you, Ankush, for this opportunity.
Thank you, Priyanka, and thank you, Gaurav, Chetan, Neha, and Ratnaji. I think just to close my statements, I think what Chetan summed it extremely well in the end. Every stakeholder I meet abroad, everybody wants a piece of MICE and destination wedding from India, be it any geography, be it any hotel, be it any tourism board. And this challenge of us behaving, unfortunately, I'm going to use aggressive or ridiculously, especially with things which I hear, is kind of annoying. You know, it makes me feel bad as an Indian standing in front of these guys. I think that's something we really need to improve on certain behaviors which are absolutely not acceptable. You know, I think they were very polite by saying just 12 baje music. Things go beyond, which are very uncanny, I think, you know, so absolutely yes. So thank you so much, you know, and thank you everyone to be here since 11 a.m. To be part of this Outbound Summit. As I always say, it's our decade, it's our market, you know, it's not going to stop. I think we're very, very well poised, you know, to take the maximum from this growing share. So thank you so much for being here this afternoon. And the next one, the third Outbound, will happen on 19th July 2024. But I'll do it in a very different way, which you will see it. Some learnings in the last 2, you know, and it'll only get bigger and better as we move next year. Thank you so much.